Right, man. Welcome back. This is my 11th War Patrol, Volume 3. I've been at sea for a very long time. Let's continue where we left off. Last night I intercepted a convoy of, well, it was a task force. There was cruisers, destroyers, 3 carriers, one of which I was successful, and I sunk it. Hear you at 16,000 tons, man. That was a huge victory. I made a clip of it on my channel. Here's the thing. I misidentified that carrier as Shokaku, which maybe... Well, here's the thing. Shokaku is in this group. It's in this task force. So I'm looking for it again. I'm going to try to go get the Shokaku. And what probably happened is I found Shokaku. Right there, there's something behind to my left. Probably about 40,000 out. That doesn't make sense. I did a save game, and now that I've reloaded, I think the task force disappeared, which would be tragic, because I really was looking forward to going after that Shokaku. I had to leave last night in the middle of the battle after 3 hours of streaming because I had to get to the grocery store before they closed at midnight, so... So here we are. It's nighttime. And I'm searching about. I've got full speed rung up. I'm doing 19 knots. A little bit of that's going into battery charge. Let's see what the state of that charge is. Plenty. Let's look. There's just absolutely nothing near me. Nothing on radar. Hang on a minute here. Let me get this thing set up right. About like that. I'm gonna sweep with the hydrophones and see what I can hear underwater. Nothing. There's just nothing out there. Well, let's plot a new course. That would suck if that task force disappeared because I saved, exited, and then reloaded. This plot line from here to here, right there is where I sunk the Hear You. All right. And the convoy, the task force was headed this way, down this plot line. I plotted a new line because probably somewhere right... Well, here's the mark that I put down where I anticipated in intercepting him. It looked like they took a slight turn to the left. I had spotted them right about here, and it looked to me like they were heading southeast, so... I put down some new measurements on plot, and positioned myself for a new attack, and then saved and exited. And now that I've reloaded, there's nothing out there, and I've got the radar going, which has really quite some range. All the while, I'm waiting for the morning of October 3rd to have been on station in the vicinity of this map order, which is to patrol Vessel C for a period of 48 hours. So I'm in East Time Compression. That's where we're at now. Seas are calm. I reloaded all available torpedoes. I don't have very much ammunition left. I'm down to 4 loaded tubes front, 2 loaded tubes aft, and there are no reloads. I've already expended all of my torpedoes since my last refit. So time compression's on. We're gonna head this direction. I should have them here, and I don't. We'll let it take a sweep at 80,000 yard range on that radar. There's a marker straight to my left, relative bearing 270. He was there before. He's about 20 miles away, though. He's roughly half let me peek over there at that. Yeah, he's out there. I'll see it in this oscilloscope. See that line? There's a way to go over there. Stations. This is the F9 radar view. Sorry for the late start, by the way. I intend to start at 8 o'clock at night. Today I'm starting a little bit later because there was a race on, an eNASCAR race I wanted to watch. Well, only because it coincided with the making of my dinner, you know, but what is the keyboard command to go to that? Decrease it. This looks really good on stream, but it looks terrible on this old monitor, 1920 by 1080. It's just grainy and blurry. I noticed that going back and rewatching my stream this morning. I rewatched parts of my stream last night to get the clip I wanted. And it looked better on a different monitor watching my recorded replay than it does on my actual screen. Anyway, so I don't remember how to get over to this station and play with its controls. I don't really care. I'm going to turn left. And maybe, I mean, if they're 20 miles away, they'll be right about, here's where roughly that contact would be, maybe there. So I'm going to head, well, I'm going to take that bearing. No, maybe it's further up. Erase that. If I'm heading this way, there's probably something kind of in this area. This really sucks that task force vanished. It just vanished. It didn't reload. When I did the save game, it wasn't there when I reloaded. So let's take a look around now. If I can get the view to settle down. Just ahead to my right, it looks like. See, that doesn't make sense. Relative bearing is about, I'm going to call it 305 degrees. It's within 10 miles.
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
Yes, sir.
That is a big, big disappointment. I'm not going to lie. The Shokaku's gone. It just vanished. Between last night and now, you know, I did a save game, but it doesn't save everything, apparently. Oh, what a bummer. So we'll continue at 2/3 speed just to save fuel. I really don't need to save fuel, but why not? It's 21 hours. This contact on radar, it's nothing to be concerned about. Somewhere in these shallow waters, there's probably a fishing boat. Yes, I could go sink it, but if I get jumped by airplanes or a warship, I can't dive. All of this, you know, light color that you see on the map indicates that the depth is shallow there, and it'll probably be too shallow for me to escape anti-submarine warfare. just going to put a little patrol pattern down. I need to stay within 100 nautical miles of this, I believe. It should be a circle probably about like that. Alright, now there's a warship out here moving fast. It's a destroyer. I don't really know what kind it is. It doesn't matter. It's actually... There's two of them. A little sub-chaser, a little gunboat, and a full-blown destroyer. I'll avoid contact with them. So I'm going to replot my course here. Very disappointed, folks. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to go after that task force again. It is not going to happen. Oh, Decker, I wish I could find the CV. If you look at the end of my stream last night, I was just epic, man. How you doing, Chief? And Diverloon, good to see you too. More hunting, but what was here last night isn't here anymore. There's a ship to my north at medium speed. Let me turn off time compression. Let's go see what it is. More of these stupid sub-chasers. Well, fine American torpedoes are one thing, but I saved the game last night after sinking Hiryu. It was a massive task force full of Japanese combat vessels. There were cruisers, there were carriers, there were destroyers. I sank the Hiryu and then I did a save game. Because you can come in here and you can, you know, save your game or whatever. And then I had to take off because I wanted to get to the grocery store. I was out of a few key things that I wanted in the morning. I also went online and did a grocery order for the big grocery shopping trip, but there's a few things that I had to have for breakfast, and so I went out shopping. Well, anyway, I start to stream tonight after the NASCAR iRacing Series race, and loaded my game and the ships are gone. They were right there. They were just literally right in this area where I'm patrolling. You can even see the symbol of the carrier I sunk. This is it. That's the marker on the map where I sunk that damn thing. I don't think I've ever done that before, though, where I've had a good battle going and then said, I'm going to come back to this battle later. I have, though. You know, it's disappointing. It's not terribly upsetting. I did sink the Hiryu, but Shokaku was out there. And Shokaku is a much, much bigger ship. Yeah, Chief's Voyage, I notice you haven't been doing the Newman show lately, so I hope everything's alright, Chief. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to shout it out this way. Chief travels, and he streams the travels and what he does when he gets there. And it's very, very cool. You can tap the little heart at the top of your chat stack and follow him without having to leave this channel because he's not streaming now. And then, so it stays in my chat buffer for people watching the VODs, I shout out this way too. That way it'll be in my chat replay when, you know, people watch the exciting VODs of me not having ships to kill. Okay, I have those two ships on radar. I know about them, but they don't know about me, so I'm just going to stay on the surface and putt along at, you know, 1/3 speed to save fuel on time compression. Oh, look, it gave me credit. So at least now, that's going to be aircraft. Let me do a crash drive. That's going to be aircraft. I'll turn off time compression, reset my speed for 2 knots.
Current speed 2
So I don't need to be here anymore. What I'm actually going to do is work my way back towards Exmouth Gulf. In fact, I'll probably go all the way to Perth-Fremantle. I'll find something to kill with my remaining torpedoes along the way, you best be sure of that, so... I'll put some time compression in while I plot my course. It's dark, so I'll surface. And go to 2/3 speed. I have enough fuel to make it back at just pretty much damn near full speed, but... Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, let's take her home, guys. Let's go take credit. Okay, so I got my course plotted. Let's just cruise along here on the surface. What the seas have gotten choppy. You're leaving Sunday, you're going to be in Martinsville. And in your new home Monday afternoon. Now, when you say new home, Chief, do you mean the next Airbnb? Or do you literally mean where you move to? Okay, your tent. Okay. You can see where I might be confused. You know, because you sold your house, and the assumption is that you bought a new one. And I don't really know. I haven't had a chance to chat with you. Oh, you know what I forgot? Chief, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way, on Jabo's channel earlier today. Now that you're here, I can thank you personally. That was super cool. You're going to live in that tent for 6 to 7 months. And I noticed that you've been rating... There's like a... How would you say it? Well, hang on a minute. I got time compression off while I plot the course of this. It's either a convoy or a task force. I'll find out in a minute. It's probably about like this. It's a convoy and it's moving slow. Good, let's go jump them. Are you going to go live in that tent city with all those people? Or does that just happen to be a, you know, a coincidence? Yeah, Martinsville's going to be fun for you to be there at the track. Warship medium speed closing, dead ahead. And there's 2 of them. Are they protecting something? That's always the question. That is a two-funnel destroyer and a gunboat. Let's avoid them.
Yes, sir. New course. 2, 1. Yes, sir.
I wonder if they know about me, because one of them started searching that area. He circled here for a little while. Nonetheless, I'm past him now. Let's resume my plotted course. Turn on time compression. And now that I'm... Oh, look it! Radio report received convoy. That convoy probably came up this line and then took a turn. Let me head west. I think I'm going to head west and try to pick him up. I'm quite sure that's the same convoy. And I'm quite sure he's doing what he's doing simply because he changed course once he reached the Celebes. See. Probably can go a little bit south of west.
Yes, sir. New course. 2, 5, 2.
Yep, camp. It's like Airbnb for campsites. Oh, dude, that is super cool. I don't know, Chief, I gotta tell you. I guess not the weather's good. It's probably not so bad to live in a tent and camp for a number of months. I personally would probably rather an Airbnb than a campsite. I grew up camping. But, you know, I was the youngest of 7, so there was 9 of us camping, and what we had a really big motorhome. One of the big fancy ones, at least for the era. And then we would have the car, we would have the camper, the motorhome. 9 of us in a motorhome, it just, no matter how big, it just doesn't fit. So we'd usually put a couple of tents out. The older girls slept in one tent, the older boys slept in the other. And me and one of my other brothers that were the two youngest, we got to sleep in the camper with Mom and Dad. Everybody else had to go out in tents. I've always been so spoiled. I'm going to speed up to full speed. Alright, what do I have? Sound contact warship. Alright, so I'm beginning to hear that convoy. My sonar operator is starting to pick them up. I gotta tell you, Decker, when you play this game and you see how the hydrophones work, I'll even show you right now.
Warship.
It's so realistic that this hokey-ass shit with World of Warships just blows your mind. It just blows your mind how dumb it is. I'm hearing a warship and what sounds like perhaps a single freighter in between the two of them. I'm hoping I run into one of those 16,000 tonners, one of those huge cruise liners that they're using as troop transports. So are you going to be camping? Yeah, you're right. The busy campsites, the commercial ones, if you decide to go somewhere and your stuff is still at the campsite, if you don't break up your camp each time you leave, that is pretty interesting. I've camped on private farms before. One of which was an asparagus farm. There's two of them there. Three. I'm starting to pick up... Alright, this is a conventional convoy, I'm sure of it. I'm getting way out ahead of them, and they are pretty much following that plot line. This plot line is pretty accurate. I'm going to draw... I'm going to circumscribe about a... I'm going to say I'm going to be safer. I'm going to go out to 3 nautical miles. Partly because this lead destroyer you see at the blue line here, he's a little north of this line, and I want to just make sure he doesn't get close enough to start to pick me up on active sonar. And he'll be pinging. So once I get to this point out here, I'm going to turn in, submerge, go to periscope depth and wait. The seas have some moderate chop to them, so that sucks. Alright, now's about the time. With time compression, this goes pretty fast. I want to make, what would you say, maybe a 15-degree turn to the left?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, new emotes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's turn a little more. I still don't feel like I'm 90 degrees to my plot.
Yes, sir.
That's probably going to be good. Let's go to periscope depth. 1/3 speed. Once time compression gets me to periscope depth,
Contact. Warship. Closing.
I'm going to command all stop.
Long range.
Yes, sir.
And once they get closer to this 3-mile radius, I'll command my crew to go to silent running so that, you know, they don't work on machinery or do something that's going to make noise. Give me away to the searching destroyers. I have to stop and do it now. Stop time compression.
Yes, sir. Rig for silent running.
Okay, we got a duck. I can dig it. We got a tent. We have another tent. Chief, this is going to be great. I'm going to end up having to resub your channel once you're active. Okay, let me see where I'm at here. We're in a good spot. Just stopping hiding. You know how scandalous this was during the war for these submarines just to be chilling like this? Set up an ambush. I loved reading the War Patrol reports. I also read Wahoo by the real Richard O'Kane and USS Tang, which was the ship he took command of after he left the Wahoo. The Wahoo, incidentally, was sunk on its very next war patrol. So Richard O'Kane survived that sinking by getting assigned to his own submarine, the USS Tang. And then the USS Tang got sunk, but he and most of his crew survived and were taken into captivity. That's interesting that you have to wait for approval for your emotes, Chief, because every time I go to do an emote, it's just instant for me. Oh, you know what, though? This is because Chief's Voyage is a new channel. The other channels aren't new, but this one is. Alrighty. I'm looking out in the distance. I see the escorting destroyer out there very faintly. He just actually vanished in thin air. We'll use time compression to get things a little bit closer.
Contact. Warship. Closing. Bearing. 261. Long.
I'll start getting ready to attack. What I'd like to do is see where that destroyer went. He shut his engines down. Because I can't hear him anymore, and I'm not able to really see very well in these swells. Where is everything? It should be kind of in that direction. Anyway, let's sneak forward. At 1/3 speed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you gotta get that lighter going. It's freaking cool. Yeah. I gotta do something with my channel. I've been kind of working on its graphics a little bit. Which is why you see the Silent Hunter has this really nice display. It's a, 1024 by 768 game originally. I'm playing it at 1920 by 1080. And then over here on my big gaming computer, my newer computer, is where I'm actually doing the streaming from. The camera and the microphone are there, and then it's kind of receiving the stream from the computer I'm actually playing on. And it fits at native resolution within a 2K stream, so, I did a little bit of work like that. There's some other branding work I want to do. This stuff just takes so much time. I can only give it so much time, and there's my little Stream Elements reminder for people on mobile. Alright, now all those guys are out there. And look at this destroyer. I think he's standing too. Let's go look at him. They'll do that. They'll stop and listen. Kind of a late war tactic. He's got a few odd RPMs into those props, but not much. Yeah, big letdown not to be able to sink the Shokaku. Son of a gun, man. All I can say is son of a gun. He's going so slow, I can't even hear him on hydrophones, but I'm going to keep sneaking forward. Now I hear him. He's going again. So I'm not hearing the heterodyne, so he's not pinging right now. I'm going to go up with the periscope, take a look. There he is. Oh, that's why I can't see him. If I look right there on bearing 285, you'll see a ship there. Just above and to the right of the aim point. What it is there's a little bit of a haze. I'm not able to see them through the haze. Well, I had the periscope up. I gotta look at him, so now he's on plot. He'll disappear, though. I'm gonna slow down to maybe 1.5 knots.
Yes, sir. Current speed. 1.
I'll keep a few RPM into those screws, just enough to, keep a knot or two of forward momentum here. I just want him to finish patrolling and move along. I guess I'll stop for a second. I'll use time compression to speed this up.
Yes, sir.
Alright, we'll go forward 1/3, running silent. Because to my left side, there's another destroyer coming. He's back there. There's these freighters. There's a big daddy right there, man. That's a 10,000 tonner. There's at least 2 of them in this convoy. There's that one there. He's the one going to attack with my bow tubes. Yeah, they're going slow. I should have clocked their speed with radar while I was still on the surface. And then, over here, there's another one of those. That's also a 10,000 tonner. So I'm going to try to sink these 2 10,000 tonners. I'll open torpedo tubes. Those things are what, 24 or are they 28? I got to go remind myself how deep they go, because you got to set the depth in these torpedoes. Alright, yeah, I was right. 28.2. My contact influence pistols have not been firing off my torpedoes. They have not been detonating, so that's a problem. So I probably will set these all up for high-speed contact pistols at 22.5 feet depth. These are the last torpedoes I have in inventory before I get back to base and refit. Other than my deck guns, if I find some fishing boats, sampans, and things like that. So I'll set the depth on these 4 bow torpedo tubes at 22.5 feet. High-speed contact exploders. And I have one electric torpedo out back, which I'm going to save. 22.5 feet. High-speed contact. There's no use using that electric torpedo against the destroyers in this rough of seas, because if I run it that close to the surface that it could hit such a shallow draft of a destroyer, they'll broach and self-detonate. So it's pointless, and I don't want to use an electric torpedo, not even on a 10,000 tonner. I will if I'm desperate, but I don't know if it's going to come to that or not. So we're making 3 knots. We're at periscope depth. Sneaking forward a little bit. What I'm actually going to do here is...
Yes, sir. Hold stop. Yes, sir.
Stop. Actually, I'm going to sneak forward. I'm going to continue at 2 knots.
Yes, sir. Current speed, 2. Yes, sir.
And I'm tempted to shave 5 feet off of my depth. My periscope, the framework, the conning tower will, in a low trough of a wave will be visible if I go any shallower. In fact, you can see it now at times. Like that. But a ship would have to be really close to spot me, and the game does a really good job of simulating that. So, what's that ship back there? Yeah, that's a medium tanker. And of course, out in the distance, there should be a destroyer. So there's my target. Let's command the periscope to raise. I'm going to throw a dart, say that these things are doing 4 knots. Probably going to have this guy about 60 degrees starboard bow. There's the guy right there, I think. No, that's a different one. That's also a good target, but that one's further out. That's the guy I want, right there. And I'm going to look behind to the left. He's a good target. God, there's so many good targets here. I'm so low on ammo, though. By ammo, I mean torpedoes. I think he's right here at 305. Let's wait for the wave. No, yeah. Well, yeah, that's him. No, 315, that's the guy ahead. I gotta look in this direction. Not him. Not him. Destroyer's there. You know what? I thought for sure there was one over there. Oh, that is him. Wow. Let's open that torpedo tube. I'm gonna get this shot. super easy. 4 knots is probably correct. He's probably about 40 degrees. Well, maybe even less. Yeah, I don't know. 35 I'll plug in for now. Yeah, that's right. And we'll track him for a little while, because right now, he's being timed to see how fast he's going. I think he's going faster than... I think he's going faster than 4 knots. I think 5 knots. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and fire on him. Where's my guy at 315? Here he is. We're not going to be able to watch him get hit because I got other work to do. Come on, man. Get out of the way, Wave. Right there. Yeah, baby. He's probably about 65 degrees, maybe. Speed will be 5 still. Right about now, if I've timed him right, he should be getting a hit. Enemy unit destroyed. I blew his ass up. Let's go look at that. Yeah, he blew up, man. Sweet. You know I'm out here. That range changed quite a bit. So I can't tell what where my error is. Probably this. That says he's doing 6 knots. I'm going to accept that. This is probably all very accurate. It's toggling between 6 and 5 knots, so I'm going to fire one shot on a 6-knot trajectory. I'll fire the second shot at a 5-knot trajectory. Going to lower the periscope. Going to use my cheat view. That was a nice kill. Split him in half. That's what I thought. He got destroyed. I broke his back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we try to find my torps. Oh, there they are. Oh, they're on target too. They're very on target. This is going to be the 6-knot trajectory, and it went out ahead of him a little. And that one is on a 5-knot trajectory. Should hit him midships. Enemy unit destroyed. My goodness. I still got 2 fish up front. See if there's something else to go after here. I guess I'll go after that guy. Is it him? No, it's not. It's that guy. Come on, man. Lock the target. Small old engine aft. Keel depth is 15 feet. We'll open this. Not closing tube 5. Open tube 5. Let's go 10 feet depth. Well, 11. Okay, let's get going on this. Pewter solution. Oh, he's close. And he's almost directly to my left. Let me turn towards him. I'm not really sure. I can't see him because of the freaking waves, but this is probably not bad. Making sure there's nothing super close that I have to worry about. I have one stern tube. I could nail that guy. He'll get on his rudder. I hate waiting for the waves. Go away. I can't be too mad at the waves, though. I got hard left rudder in trying to close in on this ship, get him more in front of me. Oh, that's not the ship I was targeting. Fucking waves. That's the ship. And he's point blank. 578 became 583. Oh, that's right. That's just dead nuts on. I'm going to go ahead and fire.
Torpedo in the water.
You have a wide margin of error when they're this close. There's my little precious. Oh yeah, have some. Striking lifeboats already, holy cow. There was a ship to the left. Let me get back on. Oh, I'm hard to port as it is. I have one more torpedo. I'm getting pinged. They're onto me. I'll stay hard to port. Let me speed it up to fully 1/3. I just realized I'm still creeping. I need to get him in more in front of me than he is now. I think it's a medium old tanker. I'm quite sure that's what I'm looking at. Keel depth 21 feet. So we'll go to, let's just say, 17 feet. See what the solution looks like. He's coming at me about an angle like this. I already know his speed is 5. As soon as this wave passes, I'll take one last set of measurements, I'll fire, and then I gotta hide. The pinging is getting close. He's actually coming towards me a little bit more, I think. I'm going to take one more set of readings and fire. The pinging is getting more and more rapid. Come on, click. Damn thing. Fire. Midships, dive. We'll go down to 260 feet or so. Depth below keel is 3,281 feet. That's basically the max. So I'm going to dive away now. Let's go look and see if my torp hits. That looks like a good solution.
Current depth 80.
Oh no, it's going to miss in front. He hit the brakes. Shit. He definitely slowed it down.
Current depth 100.
You guys, that sucks. Uh-oh. Flank speed.
Current depth 120. Passing thermal layer.
I'm past the thermal layer.
Yes, sir.
Slow it back down to 1/3. Might have got out from under him.
Current depth 140. Current depth 160.
See if I can find him.
Current depth 180.
There he is.
Yes, sir. Ahead.
Head flank, hard left rudder. Let's try to get the back end out from under him.
Current depth 200.
There's The Wasserbomben.
Short range. Yes, sir. Brother.
Midships, let's just move fast.
Current depth. 2, 0.
Missed astern. Speed 1/3.
Head 1/3. Yes, sir.
That was a good attack. Let's go deeper.
3, 0.
They think I'm at 250 feet, so I'm going to go down to 300. Unless they start to ping me again, they won't know I changed my depth. We'll retract that. I'm going to turn to the northeast.
Yes, sir. New course. 4, 1. Yes, sir.
I'll use time compression.
Torpedo missed, sir.
Oh, there's one close. I'll go listen to him. He's probably between 340 and 320. He's out there, but I can't hear him. He's got his screws stopped. He's on top. He's right there. Just has no clue how close he is. Should be able to see him from here, but I can't. There he is. Just barely see him. That's him right there. I can barely see his propellers. See him on plot directly behind me. There's a freighter out here. I might be able to sink either one of these destroyers. Or maybe that freighter with my last torpedo back here, which is a Mark 18. It's an electric torpedo. If they're slow, I can't hit fast with it, but... let's head more to the east. 060. How far away are those guys now? Almost a mile.
Yes, sir. Periscope depth.
I'm going to come up to periscope depth. Get the attack periscope ready. I'll look right straight out the back. We're still at 100 feet, but we're coming up. Slow and easy. I'm going to plug in a 500-yard shot. Should be able to see him. There's one there at about 240. That's a freighter. He's coming towards me. The one I took a shot at. There's another freighter there. He's going away. If you use the plot view, you can kind of see him, moving around, going in circles. So, what I was kind of hoping to see was a destroyer stopped, listening. I could launch an electric torpedo at him. So he's going away. This one over here is kind of coming towards me, but he's going to circle and do weird stuff. But there's also a ship to his right on plot. I don't see it. Alright, I'm not in a good attack position, and it's not worth trying to get into one, so... let me return to course. We'll go down to, say, 150 feet.
Yes, sir. New depth. 1, 5, 2.
Try to sneak out of here. What time is it? 1500 hours? Okay, I got plenty of battery. I'm just going to stay submerged for the remainder of the day. Light hours. It's definitely time to go home, but this is the part that I always like. Let's go clock in those 3 kills into my overlay scorekeeper. Previously, I had 71,983 tons. I'll plug that in to the calculator. We're going to add 10,038 tons, 10,013 tons, and 1,625 tons for a total tonnage of 659, that says. 3 more ships gives me a total of 20 ships on this war patrol, including an aircraft carrier. That's insane, man. Huge numbers. That's huge numbers. This game is so much fun. I can't believe it's already been an hour. I'm looking at my stream timer. I know that back when I used to play Call of Duty, I used to play that for up to 15 hours.
Yes, sir.
Big, long streams. And it would be kind of like this. I was so occupied that... Oh, there's a ship out there. How about it?
Merchant, closing, bearing, 3, long range.
It is a very slow-moving freighter by the looks of it. In fact, it's got a bow gun, maybe? Seas are too choppy, I think, to have a good surface attack. Skies are kind of clear, a little starlit. There's a little bit of light out there for 14 hours. I'll wait till I spot him. I'll turn to the right just a little tiny bit.
Yes, sir. Rudder, 7.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder, 6. Yes, sir.
There are 2 ships there.
Contact. Merchant, closing, bearing, 3, 5. Yes, sir. 2, long rudder, 5.
Yes, sir.
They're identical. I can't see them yet in the darkness. God, look how rough the seas are. Oh my goodness. Tell you what.
Yes, sir.
Turn towards them a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Midships. Periscope depth. I'll actually go down to 150 feet. Super tempting to expend a torpedo on him, but I don't think I'm going to bother. So I went to 150 feet. He's got a bow gun. He's also got a bow gun, and his is manned. Well, it's not actually, but... A couple of guys out back. A couple of Japanese sailors. They're just out there having some smokes. Alright, so I'm just going to drive by underneath these guys. I only have that 1 torpedo, and they're not worth, you know, having a surface gun battle with. It's 23:40 hours. I got half a can. I'm going to blow the ballast. Get back up on the surface. Get the battery recharged. Let me see if the radar's on. Let's turn that on, because I might be able to detect some of them little fishing boats. Those I can kill easy because I don't need to use torpedoes on them. Radar contact. Whatever it is medium speed. It's just a little guy. I think it's a sub chaser. You know, one of those little gunboats? It is.
Single contact. Bearing 1-5. Long range.
God, these things are so pesky. Anyway, I'm not going to attack him, so let's go down to 150 feet of depth. We'll just kind of work our way slowly through here. I know 355 hours. Now I can hear him on hydrophones. He's got to be close to hear him because he's small. Now we'll blow ballast. We'll continue at standard speed.
Yes, sir.
Seas are calm, so if I encounter... Let me turn the radar back on. Go back to time compression. If I encounter any of those little fishing boats, I'll go after them. Those are kind of fun. Get out there with that 40 millimeter and chew them up. God, that gun is wicked against those. What do we have here? A ship on radar. And he's got a bow gun. I probably... No, he won't spot me. He won't be too far away to be... I can't see him either. A merchant spotted. This is probably going to be a couple of them little guys. Okay, so let's turn to the right, maybe 30 degrees or so.
Yes, sir. New course.
Yes, sir. 2. 7.
Throttle up to full speed.
Ship spotted.
Bearing 3-5-3. Long range.
Ship spotted.
Bearing
Hard to port.
3-5. Hard to port. Long range.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. 1-1. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I haven't rammed any of these yet this campaign. It's
Yes, sir.
time to do some vehicular homicide.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. 1. Yes, sir.
0. Yes, sir.
Rudder. Rudder. Yes, sir.
He's gone. Oh, and damaged him, but didn't sink him.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. 1-3. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hard to starboard. Yes, sir. Hard to starboard. Rudder. Rudder. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Hard to port. Hard to port. Rudder. Rudder.
He's being
Yes, sir.
crafty.
Hard to starboard.
I don't know if I can get the starboard in there in time to run him over. Maybe. Gonna try.
Yes, sir.
Let's commit an atrocity. Let's commit an atrocity. Let me see what this scorekeeping does with that. I sunk a lifeboat 1 ton. That's brutal. Whoops.
Yes, sir. Dead stem.
Yes, sir.
Let's tally him up. What's up, squirrel turds? Wondered when you were going to come rolling through. Oh, Gotta stretch out here a little bit. I gotta add 161 tons for those 3 little ships. Gives me a new total of 93,820 tons. And a total of 23 vessels sunk. And we're gonna have to shout out the squirrel turds. Both ways. So that people go back and watch the VODs, the link will be there in the chat replay. It's amazing to me that Squirrel Turds, he's in California, so it's 10:45 p.m. here. It's only 7:45 p.m. where he's at. He chill, you know, he kicks back at night and watches streamers while he drinks his beer or whatever. I think that that's pretty cool. Squirrel Turds, let me ask you this. Are there a lot of California streamers that you watch? I mean, do you encounter people in your time zone? That's a huge advantage for you, by the way, because you're 3 hours, you know, earlier in the day. You can hang out with the nighttime streamers on the East Coast. And you're taking a week off streaming. How about that? What type of ship have I detected? A little sub-chaser. Let's wind it up to full speed and try to just outrun him.
Yes, sir.
Yep, my radar's still running. And there's a friggin' convoy over here. Gotta let him go. I don't have torpedoes. It just seems like a lot of the streamers that I watch are also East Coast. And I think in the world of iRacing, that's going to be your most common, you know, because everybody's going to be in the Carolinas or something close to it.
Yes, sir.
So it's 1342 hours. We're going to go down here to crash dive depth. We'll stay underwater for the remainder of the daytime hours, just because the planes are obviously on top of me. Panic is Midwest. Okay, I did not realize that. You know, all this time I've known Panic, I didn't know where he was from. What state is he in? Oregon? Seattle, Washington? Or, you know, something like that? No. Okay. So East Mountain Time. How cool is that, man? You know, I don't know if I could live in Colorado. The air's real thin there. It's really kind of not healthy. It's easier on your body to have, you know, easier access to oxygen. I better crash dive.
Yes, sir.
And I'll spend the remainder of the daytime hours. Well, maybe 1 or 2 o'clock I'll pop back up to the surface.
Yes, sir.
Ahead, standard.
Yes, sir.
God damn, these planes are pissing me off. Let's see if he spots me. No, he didn't. He was close, though. My radar is off, right? Yeah. Crash dive. He's close enough to see me.
Yes, sir. Current speed. 2. Yes, sir.
I have been to Colorado once. It was the year 2000. I had to go there for business. A company that I worked for at the time needed to send me to a software vendor based in Colorado for training. on a system that I had to manage. And at that time, I had friends that lived there. And it's very sadly, it just, you know, speaking of which, it reminds me, she passed away some years ago. Her and her family were such good friends. They originally were from my area, Grand Rapids, Michigan. And she was originally from Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And then she moved back there after she divorced her husband. He was cool, but not. It was one of those weird things. There's a lot of things I liked about the guy, but she tried real hard to make it work. She really, really loved him. But at a certain point, a woman just should not have to tolerate certain forms of abuse. Now, he wasn't physically or sexually abusive or anything weird like that, but just kind of just the way he treated her and dealt with her wasn't the best thing in the world. But she had 2 boys and a girl, all wonderful people. I got pictures from that trip, hanging out with that family. We'll end my patrol here. So ends my 11th war patrol. Let me see if I have tallied up my total correctly. 93,820. I have been accurate. How about that? Go me. What an absolute banger of a mission that was, though. That war patrol is epic. I got a destroyer. That was 2 nights ago. Last night I got a carrier, the Hear You. And, you know, normally you don't have an opportunity to sink warships. They're harder to go after. You flew over the snow in Microsoft Flight Sim. You know, Flight Sim X, I can pick that up for like $8. I miss doing flight sims. Maybe I'll stream some flight sim stuff. I'm very, very good at flight. I used to fly real planes. And my gaming, you guys know me as kind of iRacing, World of Warships, and, you know, some of these sub sims you've seen me do. And I've done some shooter work too in the 2 years I've streamed. But the beginning of my streaming life, from the time I was even a teenager on, it was predominantly air combat games. That's what I was really, really good at before a game called Kingpin Life of Crime got me into first-person shooters. I'd gone over to a friend of mine's house. He now lives in Florida, but I went over to his house, and he was playing Kingpin, and he had his computer set up. I sat down next to him, just watched him go. I laughed, and I laughed, and I laughed, and I laughed. I couldn't stop laughing. The shit was so funny. Well, they went to remake Kingpin Life of Crime, and they just didn't really... It just didn't work out. They gave the game development contract to 3D Realms, which you might remember from Duke Nukem, and it's a failure of a company. And so the updated, reimagined version of Kingpin Life of Crime is still never made it, and it probably never will, you know, given who they've given the game over to be developed. And that's too bad, but that's okay. I went from that. I know I played a little Duke Nukem back in the day, but it was really Kingpin Life of Crime that kind of got me deep into the world of first-person shooters. Well, here, this glitchy game has got me back in the USS Gar. That was 2 ships ago. I've already gone to and left the Drum, and I'm now in the Balao. Actually, yeah, that was right. The Drum was my Gato class. So I've earned a Victory Cross, in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Submarine Force, so...
The second route to the Philippines and Japan goes through the Central Pacific, west through the Marianas, passing through the Gilbert and Marshall Islands on the way. On the 20th of November, We will land in the Gilberts, more precisely on Betio. We estimate that the enemy reaction will include naval sorties from Truk. They might also choose a northerly route to avoid detection, and probably they will refuel en route. Our submarines will patrol around Truk to detect enemy sorties, and also the routes between Truk and Marshalls, engaging any opportunity target.
October 12, 1943, Perth-Fremantle, Australia. I love the month of October. I was born in October, but I love the month anyways, even if it weren't for that. So look at all these promotions. I've earned zillions of these. I just have nobody to give them to because it just... Everybody who's earned enough experience to get a promotion, I can drop it on them right away. These are all just excess promotions. My goodness. Medals of Valor, Patrol Stars, Wounded Medals. Oh, you know what I forgot to do here? Let's do this real quick. Now that I'm in port, and I'm done with my 11th War Patrol, I can take 23 and add it to 102. And that gives me a total of 125 ships sunk in my career. So awesome. Then I have to add 93,820 tons to 474,410 tons for a career total of 568,230 tons. I'm killing this game. I'm kicking, just absolutely kicking its teeth in. So let's refresh that so you guys can enjoy the cool new numbers. That's the way it looks at the end of 11 War Patrols. It's a lot of ships. It is a lot of ships. I've been having a ball with this game, man. An absolute ball. I knew I was going to. I already own the game, and I actually bought it a second time, right? I bought it. I have it. Is it still around here? It's somewhere nearby. You know, it came on DVD. Installed, this is a 4 gigabyte game. Call of Duty, I think, eats up 150 gigs or some ridiculous number. And it's not even fractionally as fun as a 4 gigabyte game. Now, there's a lot of indie game makers out there that could be producing games like this that are just this much fun. But the problem is all those indie game developers are putting out games like U-Boat, and they're half-assed and incomplete. I mean, we're not even talking about weird bugs like I find in this game. We're talking about blockers, just things that just flat out you can't play the game because these bugs are blockers. And that's too bad, because there's a lot of room here for... There's a thirsty, hungry market. People love indie games. They don't mind them. They just have to be done, you know? Even if you make the game simple, whatever you do, make it done. Simple as that. Let's go for the done side of things, shall we? I need to get some promotions in these torpedo tube rooms, man. I'm just randomly throwing these on petty officers, officers if available. Most of my officers have already gotten all these awards. Rear torpedo tube guy. My crew is so decorated and so experienced, it's insane. It's funny giving wounded medals to guys that aren't wounded. Just throwing them at random crew. I don't need to recruit crew, but I have a ton of renown. 15,000 renown is an absolute ton. So I have SJI radar already. What else? What else? Did anything appear here? SJ1 is actually what that's called. I've already got it. I wonder... I wish I could put twin 40s up. I could easily take a 40mm and replace my twin 20s. I'm going to do that. We're going to have all 40mm guns on this. For a while there, I wanted to see how the 40s compared to the 20s, the twin 20s. It's no comparison. It's easier to hit smaller aircraft with the twin 20s. I'm just going to die from those, but these 40s decimate surface vessels. Now let's take a look. What do we have here? The Mark 18. The Mark 23. Mark 18s are expensive. And I have one in stock still, but what I would like to do is have at least one Mark 18 available fore and one available aft. And then the Mark 23 electric torpedoes. I think I'm going to start spending some renown. Why not? I've got a glut of renown. I don't think I'll have anything to spend it on later. So my initial loadout... You know what I think I might actually do? Is have one Mark 14 available for... What do we have there? That's a Mark 18, correct? That's a Mark 23. I'll take one Mark 14 fore and one Mark 14 aft. Just in case I have, you know, an opportunity to shoot at something stupid and I don't want to, you know, expend, you know, a Mark 23 or especially a Mark 18. And then we'll fill up all of the reloads with the basically free Mark 14s. Come on, man. Why is my scroll wheel not working? I mean, good lord. Tedious. Too bad I can't just right-click and tell it what torpedo to put there. In modern times, a game maker would probably put an option like that in there. Make this somewhat easier to use. Okay, so I have a variety of torpedoes on hand at this point. Especially in front. I've got a bunch of Mark 23s, which are, they're still steam torpedoes, but they're more reliable. Running depth, they'll probably detonate when I actually get them underneath the target, like the Mark 14s don't do. And then I have a Mark 18 if I want to do a sneak attack on another destroyer. Earlier when I sunk a destroyer, I actually fired a Mark 14 at it. And it was just, you could see the bubbles coming right at it, and the guy didn't react. He just stood there and took it. So that was pretty cool. So we're fully equipped. I've got all the best hardware on the deck of this ship in terms of its gunnery and radar units. There's no new technologies. Whatever technology emerges, I'm going to be able to afford it. I've got a lot of renown over here, almost 14,000. And at this skill level, I'm just absolutely horsewhipping the game. So, just in case this thing crashes, we'll do a save in port. Because that will record everything I just did with the crew, everything I just did with the loading of the torpedoes. And if I select a mission, the game decides to crash, I won't lose all that little work I just did, but let us get ready to go on our 12th War Patrol. Get my keyboard to work right. We're going to depart on November 3rd. Well, that sounds forever. We're going back to the celebs. The good old celebes. I have to reset my ship count to 0 and the tonnage to 0, but we won't be at 0 for long. Not the way things have been going. You know, in a weird way, and it's unjustified, but playing this game is kind of making me want to reinstall World of Warships. I've got that completely uninstalled. I haven't played it in 3 months. The clan I was in even kicked me out. I'll just talk to Wookie. He'll put me in one of his, but still. These graphics, and that's what was cool about World of Warships, is just how awesome the water looks. The fires, the smoke, the explosions. The graphics are great. The gameplay is horrendous, though. Absolutely horrendous. I'll reinstall it and play it for 5 minutes and be like, screw this. F this shit, I'm out.
Yes, sir. Head slow. Yes, sir.
I love naval games, man. It's out here fighting on the ocean is freaking sweet. The other option is to break out U-Boat. U-Boat looks terrific, and it's kind of fun in its own way. It's just so, it's one of those indie games like I was talking about earlier. It's just so broken. It doesn't work. Who wants to play a game that doesn't work? I'm trying to figure that out. Parts of it work, other parts don't. And the thing is, you know, there's missions that you need to do. Radar contact. I'll zoom in for a minute. I just have to make sure I don't collide with friendly ships. I've had that happen. It's rare, but it happens. But I will tell you what game is next for me. Like Silent Hunter 4, Wolves of the Pacific, I bought another classic that I already own, but can't play because it's, you know, on CD, and to get it to work, it does this, you know, anti-piracy software that doesn't work with Windows 10 and 11 or whatnot. So, anyway, my radar up? Yes, it is. Pack news received. Let's see what's in the news. The Russians retook the city of Kiev. German forces almost completely gone from Russia. You know the war is coming to an end. This is November 7, 1943, and we're going into the year 1944, which is the last full year of World War II. The United States was only involved in terms of full years in 1943 and 1944. Those are the only 2 full years of the war that the U.S. was involved in. Obviously, the attacks of December 7, 1941... we were only involved, the war was already 2 years old when that happened, over there in Europe. So, in the war in the Asiatic areas, Japan had been at war with, you know, Russia and China. They'd been fighting them for centuries. I mean, just, the Japanese, in history, were constantly at war. And if they didn't have somebody to get in a boat and go fight, they fought up and down that island like crazy. It's probably, for being one of the smallest continents or countries in the world, it's definitely the most violent, hands down. And you wonder how much of that played into our decision in World War II to nuke them. So, you know what? There's no use giving these people any form of a surrender, because all they're going to do is just keep doing what they have been doing for 18 billion years, which is fighting everybody and fighting each other. Murderous, murderous society. Very martial. I mean, even if the Vikings knew about the Japanese, they would have steered clear. Brutal. An absolutely brutal civilization until we nuked them and westernized them. And now they're not like that anymore, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Funny how you put them on the business end of a couple.
Yes, sir. Head slow.
It's disgusting if you think about it. Okay, I'm going to do a save point. I'm going to save and overwrite my old save point called Patrol. Just in case we have a crash or some other form of a mishap. Thank God for time compression. These aircraft probably aren't close enough to see me. Good. That was close, though. They usually go down and back, and then they do kind of a saw pattern. You have to kind of watch for them to get close enough to you. They didn't, so that's good. I can continue on the surface. Seas are glassy because my speed and depth are very stable, despite it heavy rain. Isn't that funny? iRacing's been around for 15 years. They just now got rain. This game is 17 years old and it has rain right off the bat. I think that's ironic. Anyway, good on iRacing to catch up, and just in the nick of time too, because let me tell you something about racing and racing games. Every other game in the universe has rain. I can't even see through the rain using the cheat camera views. Let me slow it down and let them guys by. In fact, I'm going to turn to the right here. They're looking for me almost, it seems. I'm watching them on radar. They know there's a submarine operating in the area. I'm going to turn on my radar. I detected those ships not by visuals, but by the fact that hydroacoustic search is always occupied. And in U.S. submarines, it's interesting. If you look on the top of the boat, this right here, this is on the Silver Sides, which I've gone to visit. This isn't too far from where I live. It's a museum ship now, and a national monument. This is on this ship. You can go look at pictures. You know, if you go look up USS Silver Sides online and look at pictures at the museum of the ship. But this is a hydroacoustic search, and it only works when it's submerged. But yet in this game, I can hear ships. And I don't know if that's not because there's also these things down here. And I don't know. See those two little balls? They look like the tops of banisters or, handrails or whatever. There's these two balls down there. Maybe that's what I'm using to listen. I don't know. But I know that thing on the deck, that's a hydrophone. This is for listening underwater. And the last time I went to visit this ship, there's a guy that works at the museum there, and the name slips my mind. I'm bad with names anyways, so I wouldn't expect that I would remember it. He was actually a U.S. Navy veteran, and he worked on submarines. He was a sonar man, just like Subbrief. If you go to Subbrief's channel on Twitch or on YouTube, his YouTube channel's awesome. Twitch, he just kind of takes his YouTube videos and just kind of lets them play on autoplay. He's not actually there streaming on Twitch. He never live streams. It's always on. So anyway, he had some really, really neat stories and neat things to teach and to talk about when it comes to how much you look at this ocean and you go into this water, you wouldn't believe how much sound there is underwater. It's like it's like being in downtown New York. There's sounds everywhere. And the sonar operators on these submarines are so good at what they do that just imagine you're in downtown New York. There's people at crosswalks, there's taxis going by, buses, subways underneath of you. There's just the hustle and bustle of people everywhere. And just imagine that you're so good at listening that you can hear a conversation between two people at an outdoor... Hang on a minute, I gotta dive away from these planes a minute. Imagine there's an outdoor cafe across this busy street. All these people talking, all this noise and horns honking. But yet you're so good with your ears you can hear a conversation at an outdoor cafe. That's what sonar operators are like on these submarines, with their hearing. If there's a submarine, you know, all the sounds of sea life and all the sounds of just everything that's going on. And they can tell their commander, there's a ship out there. Or there's another submarine, even better yet. A Soviet sub. That's what it's like to be a sonar operator. To be down here like this. Oh, the equipment is so archaic in this game compared to what they have these days. There's nothing out there. See, your computer controlled, your AI sonar operator usually won't hear anything. So when you play this game at the more expert levels, you're actually going to use time compression, go 10 or 20 miles, then you'll stop, submerge, stop your engines, listen, surface. There is a way to play this game in a very realistic, very advanced way, and you will find more ships, and you will sink more ships, and have a very comprehensive experience with it. So, as for me personally, I just like to do something in between, which is kind of where I'm at right now. Oh, crap. I forgot to speed up, but at least it's only 23, 29 hours. I had a sound contact. That was 9 minutes ago. Okay, it's back.
Contact. Warship. Constant distance. Bearing. 334. Long range.
I'm underwater still. Let's go to 1/3 speed.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
We'll just stay submerged a minute. Let him pass by. He's patrolling my sector here. Alright.
Contact. Warship. Closing. Bearing. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna blow ballast. Okay, he's not around, thank God. I'll go to 2/3 speed. Got my compressed air up. Let's charge the battery. A lot of what I do, I don't really explain too much. Just kind of do it. But mostly I'm just using time compression to boogie along. Especially if I'm on the surface. If I'm underwater, you want to be careful not to deplete your battery. Okay, sound contact, warship, medium speed, closing. He's off to my left. It's another one of those little weird things. Look at what the water's doing. That's disconcerting. I gotta stop looking at it. Holy cow. That's a glitch. Let me see if it's still doing that. No, it's not, thank God. God, that was weird what it was just doing. Which fuel do I have? Expended a quarter tank getting here. Oh, check it out. Since my last mission... Mios Wendy. We picked up another little submarine base out here. That's nice to know. I can go down here to get fuel and stuff like that. I'm in a plot. I need to stay in this area about 100 miles. So I'm going to draw a 100-mile radius with this compass tool. Just so I kind of know where I have to linger. This area just to the north, south of Mindanao, there's always convoys coming through up here, so we'll see if we get anything coming through here. This close to an Allied base, I don't know what I'll encounter, but... So I'll go to 1024 time compression a minute. It's 1900 hours. I'm going to manually... Lot of search pattern here. Oh, hang on a minute. What is that? Radio report. Ship slow, so let's go east by northeast. I'll throttle up to full speed because it's nighttime and I'm on the surface. Oh, it's a glassy sea, so if it's something weak, I can take him with my deck gun. Let's resave and overwrite patrol. In case there's an issue. You know, World of Warships, when they introduce submarines, I don't expect it to be this kind of an experience. This would be undoable in the context of World of Warships and their, 12 to 15, maximum 20-minute battles. But they could have done something closer to it, something more realistic, more enjoyable. In fact, originally when they were kind of beta testing the submarines and let the public play them, the first submarines were everything the destroyers used to be that I loved. They were stealthy, they were sneaky, you could use them to do reconnaissance, you could suddenly surprise attack something with them. And you can still kind of do that with the submarines, but the way they work right now is so arcade. You just surface and dump 6 torpedoes into the side of something from point blank range. It's utterly ridiculous. Utterly. And this is one of the reasons why I can't enjoy submarines on World of Warships. Just because I'm used to how submarines really are and should be. Okay, so that ship is ahead of me, I think, now that I've used time compression. Let's see how close I'm getting to him. Okay, I want to see how far out he is. I'll fire off a ping. About 4,600 yards. Oh shit! I fired before I had it set. I have to just kind of use a little bit of rudder here and there.
Yes, sir. 2. Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder. 1. Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder.
I'm trying to use my ship's rudder to center me up on him. Because if I move the mouse, it just jumps all the hell over the place.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. 1. Yes, sir. Rudder.
I need to bring this down. Trying to fire him at long range because he could have a gun. Let's go to 4,000. God, it's so jumpy. God, where am I hitting? Trying to just range him right now. I haven't hit him yet.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. 3.
Let's point straight at him. That fell short.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder.
There's a hit.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
Scoring good hits on him. Right at the water line. Is he gonna sink?
Yes, sir. All stop.
I'm gonna stop. I don't want to get close enough for him to shoot back. My 4-inch gun definitely outranges him. He might at best have a 3-incher on there. Still too high. That was short. This is 2950 meters. And I'm getting a splash and an explosion, which means I'm arming this armor piercing in the water, and it's exploding in the hull of the ship beyond. It's a perfect shot to hole him below the waterline. My crew is so cracked that this thing reloads almost instantly despite being a big 4-inch gun.
Yes, sir. Rudder 2. Rudder 2. Yes, sir.
I just have a little bit of a drift. I'm still doing 5 knots. I just want that wire out of my way. He's in trouble. He's foundering.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
We're gonna go rudder midships here. We'll continue to drift. We're down to 4 knots. A very skinny target for him, even if he does muster. That was short. That's below the water line. Enemy unit destroyed right when I switched to HE to start blowing his deck up. So he's destroyed. What did I get? My first ship. Medium old tanker, man. We'll take it. A kill's a kill. That's actually not half bad. Grab another keyboard. 1 ship destroyed. It's a good way to kick it off with 4,844 tons. And I think he's by himself. He is.
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we'll save my game. And we will go back to time compression. I'll order it to return to my little patrol here. We'll just patrol around and see what we get. we got to linger for 48 hours to complete the mission and turn that gold-colored binoculars into a gray color, meaning mission accomplished. Radar contact, aircraft. We'll crash dive. Now that we're underwater, we'll slow it down. What's the time? 11-15 hours. We could probably do 3 knots and have enough battery to get me through the day. I'll wait till about 2 o'clock and then surface. There we are, 13 hours.
Yes, sir.
Speed up to 2/3. Turn the radar back on. Back to time compression. Ooh, what's behind me? There's a ship following me. Is he chasing? So let's whip a Louie here, man.
Yes, sir. New course. 2-4.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back there and check him out. Ship's following me, being all sneaky. Still not in sight. It's about, I don't know, I'm going to call it 4 miles. So he's firing at me.
Yes, sir.
We'll submerge. We'll go to standard speed. We'll go to periscope depth. We'll go straight north. Kind of go straight after him. He's off to the west a little bit. So we're in a good attack position here, and let's go to see what we got. I knew he had a bow gun because he was shooting at me from the bow. I could expend a torpedo, and you know what? Is there an option? Sound and graphics now. I wonder was there a way to turn off the automatic reloading of torpedoes? Because I want to pick which torpedo gets reloaded. I guess it doesn't matter. All of my reloads are Mark 14, so no, it actually doesn't matter. Before I stick this up, let's stop. Let's try to identify that merchant based on what I did just see. It looks similar to this, but this isn't it. The reason I say that is there's guide wires to the masts that go to a middle funnel, but that's not the type of funnel it had. It looked more like this, small passenger carrier, possibly. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta take another look at it. We've slowed to 3 knots. That's slow enough to stick the periscope up. The faster you're going, the more likely your periscope is to be seen. That's definitely not a passenger carrier. And he's carrying some speed. He's moving. Probably 7 knots, but we'll figure that out later. Let's try to find something with 2 islands and a middle funnel. That could be it. I'll bet that's it. No, there's more of a gap between the bridge and the funnel. Like that. No, that's not it, though. It's definitely not that ship. This is a good candidate. These davits behind here? Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. 20, it's a big ship too. 5,000 tonner, 24-foot draft. So the torpedo I want to fire is tube 5. That's my Mark 14. Tube 5 open. We're going to go high-speed contact pistol, 24 feet. I'll go to about a little more than half of it. Maybe I'll go to 16. That'll work. Figure out his range. For his speed, I'm going to plug in 8 for now. He's probably not doing give or take 1 knot from that, so he's kind of coming towards me right now, but he is kind of zigzagging. And he is at, well, he's dead ahead of me. Let's see how far away he is so I can calibrate, you know, my rangefinder. Since there's no destroyers around to detect me. He's 1,000 exactly. And that has him at 1,100. Fairly accurate. I temporarily brought the periscope down to avoid being spotted. Oh, I don't need that up that high. Get it down. Calm water so you can keep it low. The higher you go with the periscope, the more likely you are to be seen. So this is what I want to shoot at him. He's going to turn for a minute, he's going to zigzag, and right when he stops his zag, that's when you want to fire. Because that's when you know what he's got going on out there. This says 5 knots. I guarantee you he's doing at least 7. I'll keep 8 in there. Another thing that you can do is when you look at this arrow, the bow torpedo's gyro angle, when you follow up with another measurement, if that makes a jump, you've either underestimated or overestimated his speed. Like right now, I've overestimated his speed, or potentially his angle on my bow here. So, my angle on his bow, I should say. I think he's going to be about 25 degrees here. And I know I've overestimated his speed, so he may very well be doing this 5 knots. I'll try that. Let's take a range measurement. Again, the gyro angle snapped to the right, so you might not even be doing all of 5 knots. I'm going to take one more reading, and if it doesn't jump too much, I know I'm really super close. I'm within 1,000 yards, so yeah, that didn't jump much. I got him. This says 6 knots. I'm going to go 5.5 and immediately fire. I'm going to go hard left rudder at speed 3, which is standard speed.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm going to get behind him and surface. If I surface behind him, his bow gun can't shoot at me, and I can start to hammer him from behind. I knew this was going to be a hit. This is kind of an easy calculation. I got close. Let's watch my little precious do its dirty work. I love watching these torpedo hits. It's so fascinating. I didn't even really slow him down. Well, hopefully it slowed him down enough. I could fire another torpedo at him. He has a 5,000 tonner. He's probably worth another torpedo.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder.
I'm going to up that speed to 6. I want to hit a little further down the ship anyway. That tube is open. We'll go 16 feet again. Well, maybe we'll go a little deeper. We'll go 18.
Tube 5 ready, sir.
Tube 5 is ready? Let's go back to Tube 5. That's going to be a Mark 14. Those are expendable. Come on, high speed. Let's get his range. That's going to probably be a little longer range than what he actually is. He looks like he's slowing. The damage I did, I think, slowed him down. That's got him at 4 knots. He's actually doing slower than that. That has him at 1 knot. I'll split the difference. I'll fire at 2.
Firing 2-5. Yes, sir. Hard to starboard. Yes, sir. Hard to starboard. Torpedo in the water.
Yeah, a second hit from that far forward might be enough to make him founder. Ripped a hole right into him. You listen. Oh, enemy unit destroyed. But if I surface now, that gun will start shooting at me. Let's go commit some more war atrocities. What time is it? 11:40? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
You know, there were times, depending on the situation, where our commanders would surface and try to rescue these people.
Yes, sir.
Tube 5 ready, sir.
They were so afraid of Americans, they wouldn't accept rescue. They'd rather die at sea.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Let's commit some atrocities here. That boat's destroyed. Let's go to HE. That unit's destroyed.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Hard to port. Yes, sir. Ahead, sir.
That one destroyed or not? Committing some atrocities here. That one's destroyed. Kill. That one's destroyed. I think that one's destroyed. I think they're all destroyed. We're taking no prisoners and committing war atrocities. See how many of them little buggers I killed. Look at them all. You know, I gotta count them. Hey, you know, it's tonnage. Yep, and since who's gonna rescue these guys? I'll just deny it anyways. Except I just did it on stream 100 years later. Isn't that weird to think that it's getting to the point where World War II was 100 years ago? I was a kid. It was war veterans. I mean, I could talk to the guys that served. Well, the guy in my dad's office, in his real estate office, the guy was a, you know, at the time he was just in his 60s. He wasn't all that old. He was a bomber crewman. He was a bomber gunner on B-17s. My goodness, I gotta do some tallying up here. So... we have 4,844 plus 5,431 plus 1 ton for a lifeboat. That must have been a bigger one. The rest are 0 tons, so that's okay. We'll go with 0 tons. In total, we are now up to 10,276 tons. How many ships is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 enemy assets destroyed. We'll refresh that. Return to course. We'll save patrol. And the one thing that I will do before I end the stream is just get this wrapped up. Just at least accomplish this little mission that I have to do, which is to patrol the celebs, the celebs, however you want to pronounce it. We're gonna make this complete. Then I'm gonna radio a report and see if they have any additional orders for me. I probably will do a game save at that point and go to bed though. Short stream tonight. I started late, but I'm gonna finish on time. That's kind of gonna be my new thing. I gotta tell you, I'm looking forward to playing Battlefield Bad Company 2, the campaign. I'm gonna go from there to Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, from 2007 to 2009. I'm gonna play through those campaigns, single player. Then I'm gonna play Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4's campaign, which is very excellent. And hopefully by the time that's all done, X-Defiant will release. Like Silent Hunter 4, X-Defiant is an arena shooter that has a lot of people working on it that used to be with the Call of Duty crew over at Infinity Ward. That's my understanding of it. So that'll be me getting back into the multiplayer, online shooter thing. We do time compression. So that's going to be my series of games for about the next month, I would say. Oh, look at that. At 0120, we have a convoy. So let me plug some notes in. Its projected course is as such. What is it, by the way? Yeah, that is a convoy. Medium speed, so they're really cooking along. Let me erase some of these checkpoints. I guess it'd be better called waypoints. We're going to work our way in this direction. Let me do F9, make sure that the radar is running while I move to intercept. At medium speed, let me go to full speed. I could probably intercept him somewhere in this area. So I'm going to try to intercept there. Let's do time compression. Yeah, there they are. So let me measure that distance. About 19.2 kilometers.
Yes, sir.
Hang on a minute.
Yes, sir.
Ahead full.
At 0340. That's not kilometers, that's nautical miles. Still so used to Silent Hunter 3. The time difference there is 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that's 140 minutes. Let me pull up calculator soup. Nautical miles. Solving for knots. I'll give you minutes. They traveled 19.2 nautical miles. In 140 minutes? Is that what my notes say? Let me see if I got this right. Yes. Calculate speed. 8.22857 knots. Let's call it 8. They're moving along at 8 knots, which, you know, that's really not quite medium speed, but it's close enough. And I want to get within 4. Let's see what 4 nautical miles looks like. Well, no, 2. I'm going to say 2. Alright, 8 knots. I'm doing double that easily. More than double. I'll get here by the time they get there, so let's meet them halfway. I think I can get into position about here. Here we go. Let's save game. Attack. Yes to overwrite. Let's go rock their world. I'm just watching them arrive on radar. This is interesting. There's no lead destroyer. They have a destroyer on their left and right flanks. So I'm going to be able to probably get right smack on top of them here. How close are they getting? It's 0406 hours. It's going to get daylight soon. Smooth seas. What a beautiful scene. If I wasn't about to kill a bunch of people, you might have thought I was out just having a joyride. Let's do this. I'm going to get into position now. They are starting to get close. Let me turn off the radar. I don't think they have a radar detector. They don't have a very good screen, for sure. What's this destroyer? In any case, we're okay. Periscope depth.
Yes, sir. Periscope depth.
2/3 speed.
Current depth 40.
That periscope depth. There they are. Could probably run this little navigation point to get me a little more square with them.
Warship closing. Bearing 292. Long range.
They do have a destroyer out in front. I'll rig for silent running because we're really, really close to the trouble. There's the destroyer from in front. And he zigzags. But if he's not, I'm going to kill him. Minakaze. That's one Decker Down would recognize. That's the Minakaze. Tier 5 Premium Destroyer. Anyway, he's kind of out there a little ways. Okay. Up with the periscope. Let's take a good close look at what we got out there. Still a long ways out. Too far away to identify anything in particular. But we can start putting some torpedo bearing transmitter information in. Let's aim this at about 330-ish. Radio reports received. Enemy convoy. 9 knots. I don't think that's the one that I'm attacking right now, but it could be. You never know. Alright, let's use some time compression, let him get close. And hope that lead destroyer doesn't pick me up. How far out is that lead destroyer? If he's just straight lining it, I might cook off a shot on him. Let's go look at him. I know which one it is. It's Minakaze. Degrees off the starboard bow. God, it's so hard to get this stuff done sometimes. It just takes so long. Where's the Minakaze? Come on now. Akizuki Sashio, is it? Is it possible that's a Sashio? No, not at all. Minakaze, there you are. Damn it. It's so jumpy with the mouse. I'm pretty sure that's the right ship. That's probably going to show him a little bit longer range than he actually is. Do I really want to take a 1,500-yard shot off on this guy? It's his keel depth, 9 feet. Yeah, he's not searching. He's not zigzagging. I think I'm gonna take a poke at him. Is that what he looks like on plot? Yes. How fast does it say he's going? That says 10 knots, but I don't believe it. See? It jumped back, so that isn't correct. That has him at 8. That's big dicking it right there. Shoot the escort destroyer. You got all these things to go for? Oh, baby. None of them look real big. That one back there's a biggie. 2 of them, those 2 are biggies. The rest of these are mediums and smalls. That's a biggie. Now, I'm not going to be able to follow my torpedo because it's wakeless. It's electric. I can listen to it, though. And if you look at the stopwatch and this thing winds around and hits this red needle, that's when, time-wise, it should hit, if I'm accurate. There's my torpedo. And there's his ship. You can hear them converging. The torpedo is fired to the right, and the ship is a little bit to the left, but as the ship comes across in front of the torpedo, they line up. What I'm going to do, because I know I'm 10 seconds away from a hit, let me come out here and see it. Oh, there it was. Found my torpedo underwater. Did I time it right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a beaut. A little bit tardy. Oh, it missed. It's as shallow as I could get it, but oh well. At least it's electric, so I have no idea it's there. It was such a good shot. What I'm actually going to do here...
Yes, sir. New depth. 104.
I'm going to go under this first row. I'm going to pop up over here. Unknown potential damage. That's right. Yeah, in World of Warships, you get awarded potential damage for near misses. That sucks I didn't get that Minakaze, though. Son of a gun. I had that torpedo program in as shallow as I could get it, too.
Current depth 80.
Right now I'm just kind of slowly descending into the water a little bit deeper just to make sure I don't collide with any of these ships. In Silent Hunter 3, if you shoot at an allied destroyer like that, even with electric torpedoes, they know it because they have better hydrophones. They hear it that they've been attacked. God, I thought that was on target. Crap. So, you know what that tells me, though? They're doing more than 8 knots, because he's going as fast as all those other ships. So they're probably doing 9, 8.5 to 9. I'll plug in 8.5 for my next attack.
Current depth 100.
Use the observation periscope because that one lets you look straight up. I'm just kind of looking around, make sure I'm not about to surface into a ship.
Yes, sir. Periscope depth.
I'll come back up to periscope depth.
Torpedo miss, sir.
That sucks. That was such a close shot. Kind of looking 270 to 360. I want to see if I end up popping up in front of a guy. "17-year-old game, it's so much fun." I could technically do Silent Hunter 3 on this computer and stream it the exact same way. It's super tempting to do that. It's really hard to stream these old games on and play them on the computer you're doing the streaming from, though, because of the way it handles the full screen mode and going in and out and the multiple monitors, everything jumps around. But this is a really clean way to do it. Just have a separate computer with an older graphics card, play the game there, use NDI to transport it over. Let's take a look. There was that ship. There's stuff over there. Those are the 2 ships I want. He's blocking the view of the one. But that ship right there, that's a biggin.
Yes, sir. New depth 9-1.
Go down a few odd feet, maybe 10 more meters, 30 feet. So now I'm coming up on a ship. I don't want a collision. There he is, right there. Okay, let's go back to periscope depth. Looking behind, looking ahead. I'm clear of him, I won't collide with him. So much fun. I can't believe how much fun I'm having with this game. None of this is even possible with any other game you own. Not even U-Boat, I don't think. Maybe, I don't know. Coming up to periscope depth here. Looking to my left. I gotta keep it moving. Alright. Let's get ready to rumble. I don't want to look at warships. I want to look at merchants. I should have this memorized. I think he's a 28-footer for keel depth.
Yes, sir.
That's him right there. Large modern composite freighter, 24.6 feet. So this first torpedo tube 1 will open tube 1. We'll go 25 feet for tube 1. Tube 2 will go contact only at, I don't know, 19 feet. Back to a third speed. Punch that in. I'll leave 8.5 knots in. He's coming at me, I don't know, maybe 20 degrees, so we'll put 70 degrees off starboard bow. We'll watch him for a little bit. We'll take another range measurement, and then we'll see if that causes our gyro angle to jump. It did jump. I have something wrong. Let's say 15 degrees. What do you say? 9 knots? That's probably about right. In fact, I'm going to go a little bit tiny more than that. 9.5. That insists on 9 knots. I'll go 9 knots for this, the deep shot. Let me look to see if I'm about to get run over. No, that one's gone long past. I'm off of his course. Let me stop the motors here. Torpedoes are on their way to that one. Let's target this one. I dare to say that that's the exact same ship. Large modern composite. We'll keep a speed of 9 in there. Let's compute his range. I'm getting hits on the one in front of me. He's got more of an angle on bow. Meanwhile, I'll take some measurements while I get another torpedo ready. Oh, they're putting flares up. We'll go 20 feet, high-speed contact. I'm sure the one that went underneath the magnetic influence didn't go off again, and that's to be expected, I guess. Opening tube 3, open tube 4. Oh shit, I'm not looking. Probably about 45 degrees, honestly. That thinks he's doing 7 knots. I know it's not. He's 9 all day long.
Fire in tube 3. Torpedo in the water. Fire in tube 4. Torpedo in the water.
Wow, look at this guy. Getting torpedo hits over there. God dang it, another torpedo impact. This guy's coming through. I'll put him in at 8 knots. I have no idea what I'm getting for range out of him. It's probably completely a mismeasurement. He's directly behind me. God. I'm not going to be able to get a solution on him. Too damn close. Enemy unit destroyed. That one's dead. He went down by the bow. This one's going down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Torpedo.
It won't let me lock that one. That one it lets me lock. He's actually still alive. That range is way more than that. My God. I'll put him at his 700 range. I'm just guessing right now. God, this thing is being jumpy and crap. Enemy unit destroyed. Is it him? Yes, it is. That guy got away. Anybody else? They have flares out. They're looking for me. I won't be surfacing to kill the guys in the boats, the lifeboats. I'm not going to be able to survive that. This guy here I could probably get with a rear tube.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Hard to port. Yes, sir.
If I can identify that ship, that'd be all the better. Is it that one? No. It's similar, though. I think it's that. It is that. About 20 degrees off his stern. He's probably doing 8 knots, maybe more. I'll put 8.5 in. This torpedo's going to have to run and chase that guy down. I don't think I'm going to get a hit with it, but I'm going to try. Alright, take or eat.
Yes, sir. No doubt. 2, 4, 3. Rudder. Rudder.
It's a torpedo I fired over here. It's going to miss. I see it. It's off to the side. I knew that'd be a tough shot.
Current depth 80.
But it was worth taking a snapshot.
Current depth 100.
Midships. Yeah, we're good.
Yes, sir.
Let's actually turn to the right a little bit. Let's head northwest.
New course 312. Current depth 120.
Okay, I'm going to correct this plot line. I'm now below the thermocline. Let's use time compression. They're searching. They're kind of not far away. Oh, look. My original plot was probably right. Leave it back on that plot.
Contact. Warship. Moving away. Bearing 14.
Let's see what... It's daytime hours, so let's go see what about 8 nautical miles looks like on the map. About like that. Below the ballast, secure from silent running. Let's get these torpedoes reloaded. I'll do some scorekeeping. That was a successful attack. We sank 2 freighters and they were big, large modern composites. So... let's add 7,194 tons to 7,149 tons. Gives me a grand total of 24,619 tons. That's 2 more ships, gives me a total of 10 enemy units destroyed. I'm happy. That worked out. Rough seas. Things got rough in the morning. Let's go to full speed. Let's plot a parallel course.
2-1
First thing I want to do is to do this end around. I'm going to need to really move. Fire up radar so I can kind of plot them on the map, see where they're at. They're still zigzagging. That helps my case, because they make very slow progress when they're zigging and zagging. Alright, we'll turn off this radar. Let's save and overwrite attack. I missed that Minakaze, man. I would love it for these guys to have one less escort. They're still right on my plot, so we use time compression to get into attack position. What are the seas like? We're in for some chop. Well, I'm still pretty far away here. Periscope depth. 2/3 ahead. All right. We'll just hang out. We'll just hang out here for a little while. All the torpedoes are reloaded. This is interesting. It reloaded the originals. Holy cow. I wonder if that's eating up my renown. Or if that's freebies. I know all my reserves were Mark 14 torpedoes, every one of them. So when I fired off those Mark 23s, it's reloading more Mark 23s even though I don't have any. But that is a plus. Those are a more reliable torpedo. Wow. That's astounding. Where are my guys at? Did they disappear? Did they despawn? Or did they change course?
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
Go ahead, 1/3. We'll blow the palace. Pop up. We'll erase these doodles. They're of no value. And we'll just plot a course around here. Try to get that taken care of. I think I got too far away. Just gonna circle around and try to clear this stupid thing. Radar contact. That's an airplane. I wonder if he'll see me. Yep.
Yes, sir. Land the flight gun.
We're gonna fight him.
Targeting closing targets.
Let's go to battle stations.
Yes, sir.
That makes everybody more effective. That wasn't at all a good drop anywhere near me. Come on, you guys, keep firing at him.
Yes, sir. Returning to course, sir. Yes, sir.
You didn't turn around and come back. Alright. Stand at ease, guys. Radar contact. That one didn't see me. Right now I'm just kind of gaming the system. Radar report received. Enemy task force. There is a ship down here. I just want to see if I can clear that thing. and accomplish that mission.
New message received.
New message received. Let's go look at it. Strike at the heart of the Nazi regime. Berlin bombed by 440 RAF bombers. Good work, guys. Keep at 'em.
Yes,
Man the deck gun.
yes, sir.
Battle stations. We'll watch down here. Shit, forgot to speed up.
Yes, sir. Ahead flank. Hard to
Where
port.
is he? Oh, there he is.
Yes, sir.
He gone.
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
Yes, sir.
Those 40 millimeters tore his ass up.
Secure from battle stations.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look. Make sure we're standing easy.
Yes, sir.
I don't want the crew tired out there doing things. Crash dive from that one. It's afternoon hours, it'll get dark soon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Surface the boat. Thing I'm going to try to do is just maybe a couple odd degrees of right rudder, driving some nice wide circles right here on top of that. Oh, what do we got? A task force. God, and it's 12:30 already. Shit. Let's turn off time compression. Their speed is medium. Let's plot a... Oh, look, it grayed out. Okay, so that's cool. I won't go to bed with that hanging over my head. I need to go to bed soon. I'm tired. It ain't like before I would stream until 7 in the morning. Those days are gone. Not that I won't reintroduce those. Maybe someday. Maybe this summer. Let's head southeast.
Yes, sir. New course.
Ring up flank speed.
Ahead flank.
We'll save attack because I just want to have a checkpoint to go back to if things go pear-shaped. Alright, I'll stop. Let's start watching on radar to see if they approach. Yeah, we got a new marker. We got them. We got a task force. I'll put a marker on this middle ship. The time is 22:36 hours. Alright, get this keyboard so I can type my note in. 22:36 hours. Mark 1. I'll put the keyboard up there. That's a destroyer, that's a destroyer. I'm gonna need to know what probably 2 nautical miles looks like for scale. Alright.
Yes,
Periscope depth. I'm at periscope depth. All stop.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
Warship, constant distance, bearing 283, long range.
All those two little fishing boats? So, how fast was that? Oh, God, I lost contact with it. Oh, there's all kinds of trouble out here right now. There's a freaking convoy coming my way. A task force coming from the other way. Alright, let's do some time compression. Well, they all come into range of my sound operator. Are they moving off the line? They did. They changed course. I'm sure of it. Let's go ahead 1/3, turn south.
Yes, sir.
Damn, they changed course. Blow the ballast, turn right, let's head west. Around the surface, let's look at radar. Oh my goodness, you guys. They're zigzagging. Oh, I'm detected. Look. They detected me. Guarantee it. They got radar. Let me crash dive. Frick. I gotta go deep.
Yes, sir. New depth. Hurry.
Oh, I blew it. They started zigzagging, they went west, and now 3 destroyers are beelining for me as soon as I turned on the radar.
Current depth 40. Yes, sir.
Let me erase the doodles. Son of a gun. So now they're doing something more like this. I wonder if they detected my radar, or do they have radar? How far away am I from them right now? Can I pop back up? Yes, easily.
Contact. March low ballast.
We'll blow ballast, we'll ring up flank speed. Back on the surface. No clue how fast they're going. None. No clue whatsoever. Let's erase this big circle. You know what? This is the projected plot. What time is it? 0:05 hours. They're, let me think about this. This will be a daybreak attack if I go to the far side of that island. I don't know if I need to or not, though. I'm doing 20 knots. I have no clue what speed they're going. You know, probably 9. Anyway, let's hit time compression. I blew the first attack opportunity. I don't think I need to go that far. I think I'm going to be able to drop in right about here and work on them. Mental note, they now have radar detector, for sure. The minute I turned on that radar, 3 destroyers just from 3 different directions came straight at me. I could see them on my radar. No question about it. And this isn't like World of Warships where the radar quits after 90 seconds and then they get it back after another 3 minutes. It's not like that here. So... let's see if I can pick them back up. Golly, you know what? You gotta, like, click and wait. It's weird. I'm not seeing him on sound anymore. Let me go to periscope depth. Oh, I hope I don't lose this task force. I'm going to listen manually to see if I can find them. There they are. Yeah, they're still there. Blow ballast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ahead full.
Let's pop up like a bobber. How much juice do I have? I want to finish charging anyway, so let's go forward slowly. 2/3 speed will be fine. That'll leave me a lot of engine power for the generators to get those batteries back up. It's 01:46 hours here. Okay. Let's go back to periscope depth. There they are. I'm picking them up now.
Contact. Warship. 0.
Let's update the plot. They're kind of on a course more like that. I'm going to try for that. Let's head west.
Yes, sir.
Flank speed. Below the ballast.
Head flank.
I need surface speed to get out ahead of them. But yeah, we're in good shape here. Periscope depth.
Yes, sir.
I'll stop. Got good battery. No CO2 in the boat. We have plenty of compressed air. We are set up for a pretty decent attack. My plot's a little bit off. I can now make an adjustment now that I have some more sound information. I'm 2,000 yards off the midline. The only thing I have to do now is figure out where the destroyers are. Left side, right side, front, back, both. Let me see if I can figure that out.
Yes, sir.
They're literally straight to my right, you guys. This stream might end the way last night's ended, with me sinking a carrier. Let's see what we get. Watch it be Yamato. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, here we go. I mean, I could do a save game. But the last time I loaded a save game from last night, I loaded it today. And Shokaku was gone. It was a heartbreaker. I still can't get over that. We'll use some time compression here. They're still out there a little ways. Okay, they're starting to get within 5 miles. Now they're within, I'm going to call that 4. I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. What is this thing? Still got the computer's still over here. Computing solutions. Oh, it's raining. And the seas are rough. Oh, Oh no, what time is it? 03:12? Not that daylight would help. Well, it would help, but... I do see a ship there. I think it's Yamato. That looks like Yamato. That looks like Yamato. Alright. And they're zigzagging. Let's go to battle stations. Silent running.
Rig for silent running.
Yes, sir.
Let's move forward at 3 knots.
Current speed. 3.
Every single compartment is full green. Everybody's awake. Everybody's ready to work. Oh boy. Oh boy. I swear that looked like Yamato. I'll stop. Turn off time compression. I'm gonna go take a look. Yeah, there's ships out there. I have to find them when the swells go down. That's dead ahead. I know they're not in that direction. There's a ship there. That's the one that I think is Yamato. It's now at a heading of 080. Let's look straight to the right. Let that swell go down. There's another bunch of ships over there. So one row is going to pass behind me and one in front. Given the position that I'm in, that's almost certainly Yamato, you guys. In fact, I'm going to use my cheat view to go look at it, if I can find it in this rain. Where are you? Where are you? I love the sound of the thunder. Man, I can't find the thing. I had him for a minute there. I'm blinded by the rain. Can you imagine having Yamato? Have to pass it up. I can probably do another end around and catch him in the Celebes. Let's listen at 080. God. I'm trying to get it like that, so I can see my green light. That's a cruiser. And possibly a carrier. I think that's Yamato. Listen to those big screws. That's a destroyer. You can hear his diesels. And that's a massive turbine sound. That's probably a carrier, who knows? That is the sound of some enormous screws. I can see it. That's Yamato. I'm almost positive. Look at that. Look at the bow on it. I'm gonna need to go forward a third. He's out ahead of me a little ways. I get the chance to shoot down Yamato. Holy shit. This was a battleship with a big, you know, I mean, it's a very unique bow. There's no question about it. That's Yamato. $35 feet. 35.4 feet. No more than ever. I need the contact influence, or the magnetic influence pistols to work. Because this ship's got, I mean, I don't know how they modeled it in this game, but this ship has got massive torpedo belts. Massive. It's basically torpedo proof. In the real war, this ship was torpedo proof. The only way to sink this thing was from the top, and that's how they got it, and Musashi got sunk from the top. Aircraft. This is stressful as hell, man. I do not want to blow this. I do not want to blow it. Let me look through and see if anybody else has one of those steep bows. Not a ship that big, though. There's some cruisers like this, a Furutaka. That is definitely not Furutaka. It could be Maya. No, because the ship out in front of me has got a pagoda with a big, huge beam across the top, up top, that they use for range finding. There's a huge range finder on the top of Yamato, and I know I saw that through the rain. But Takao's got a bow like that too, but again, there's no big-ass range finder on the top of a pagoda. Oh my goodness. I'm making a third speed. I'm not using time compression. I want to enjoy this experience. I want to think about what's going on out there. Can't see squat. We'll just have to listen. That ship right there, the Yamato is in front of it. Listen to those enormous screws. Can you imagine actually being in a submarine in a situation like this in the war? And it doesn't have to be Yamato, just hearing these propellers, knowing there's enemy ships out there. They're trying to kill you. Oh my goodness, what bearing was that on? 070. And they're zigzagging heavily. Let me get that out of the way. I need as little light as possible. Where'd he go? Is that him back there? Or is that him there? That looks like it could be a frickin'... Oh man, did I go too far forward?
Yes, sir. I'll stop.
I'm gonna stop. No, that's him! That's Yamato! No way! That's definitely Yamato. There's like two of them. Wow. Will it let me lock the target? No, it won't let me lock it. That's something different behind it, but it's a very tall pagoda. But look at that rangefinder up there at the top of that pagoda. That's Yamato. Very distinctive. Wow. This is I want to let me adjust that. There we go. There's that out there. He's 2,000 out. I think it's right there. About 1,600 out. And I moved too far forward. I still have the stern tubes. I'm going to give this thing everything I got once he gets close. And I'm afraid to have to reload the game for fear of that task force just being gone. I'm getting no markers on plot, even though I can plainly see them. Look at that. That is so Yamato. Will it let me lock the target yet? No, it won't. Why won't it let me lock him? How close he is, too. Well, the game is acting weird, no doubt about it. It won't let me lock. What the fuck? I'm not sure what that is behind him. But it also has a distinctive outline that I can barely see. You know what? I'm gonna rise 5 feet. I want to see if I can keep this periscope over the swells. It's night, it's raining, I don't think they're gonna see me. See, now he's going behind me. Alright, so I have got to take these torpedoes. And magnetic influence at 36 feet depth, maybe 37. So that's 37 feet. We'll go 38 feet to be safe, actually. Oh my God. I'm getting every torpedo I got ready for this. I'll go 37 feet, come to think of it. We'll go through and fix that. I mean, he's zigzagging vigorously. Now I'm locked. Alright, 37. I'm still getting all the torpedoes perfectly adjusted. Thank God. That's him right there, holy shit! Look how close he is on the plot. 400 yards out. Behind me. I gotta set this range 400. Come on, man. Do like so. I'm going to plug in 12 knots. Let's turn around and see if we get him. Shit, I can't even see him. I can't even see me. The rain. Where is he? He's supposed to be right behind me. Oh, he is. Right frickin' there. Let's see if we get him. Nope. I'm gonna go right underneath of him. Magnetic influence is not working at all.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Hard to port. Yes, sir. Ahead flank.
That is so ridiculous. That's just beyond ridiculous. Okay, we're gonna get ready to shoot at him from in front. I'll go reset these torpedoes. He's probably doing about 12 knots, by the way. 34 feet. Oh, that's terrible. They've been like that ever since maybe my 9th War Patrol. They just quit working. Where is he? That's like Mayoko there. Not him. There he is. I'm gonna fire at 340. Once that comes around, I'm just gonna have to do it this way. Because it's not letting me lock the target. He'll be behind about like this. His range would be probably about 550, 600-ish. It chips.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder. Yes, sir. Fire into 1. Fire into 2. Torpedo in the water. Fire into 3. Torpedo in the water.
Let's go modify speed. We'll put it at 9.5 to 10 knots there for these last 3. This bullshit.
Torpedo miss, sir. Torpedo miss, sir.
Talking about the original torpedoes. Waiting for it to come around on this right rudder.
Yes, sir. No depth. Fly. No.
It's great now he's running away from me. Somebody's coming at me from behind though. See that?
Torpedo miss, sir. Fire into 4. Fire into 5. Torpedo in the water. Fire into 6. Yes, sir. Dive plane set for normal dive. Torpedo in the water.
We'll find these torps. Well, I found Yamato, tried to attack him. Heavy rain. Poor visibility. Let's go take a look at it now that he's got his lights on.
Current depth 80.
See if I manage to hit him.
Current depth 100.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. New depth 14.
Can't see the torpedoes. This actually kind of sucks. I can't enjoy the attack. Normally when I attack ships, you can follow a torpedo in and watch them miss or hit.
Passing thermal layer.
But,
Yes, sir. New depth 267. Current depth 140.
still pretty cool, all those ships. They know there's a submarine out there, man. Get the searchlights out. Caught him on the bow. I just piled 3 torpedoes into her bow.
Current depth 160. Current depth 180.
Took a big chunk out of her bow.
Current depth 2.
See if her screws are turning. No, she's dead in the water. So I'll put a mark where I think she is. Let's look at the torpedoes. I have 3 reloads. How much battery do I have? I'll slow down to 2/3. Let's turn left, maybe about 30 degrees.
New course 2.
3 good hits to Yamato in the bow, in front of the section where the torpedo blisters are. The torpedo protection isn't from the bow to the stern; it's mostly in the middle. And all 3 of those torpedoes just piled into her bow, which was nice.
Yes, sir. Contact warship closing.
Yes, sir.
Bearing 214. Medium range.
Is she making?
Contact warship.
She's got her motors going again.
227.
Repair party's out. That's her right there.
Yes, sir. New course 25.
Yes, sir.
5. Tube 1 ready, sir. Current depth 260.
I hear somebody firing depth charges. I hear ships all around. Oh, there's one right there. What is that? I don't know, maybe Fuso. With all those casemate guns.
Yes, sir. New course 298.
Yes, sir.
Just ahead to my right here. There's the torps that missed. We need to head about 290, 295.
Yes, sir. New course 293.
Yes, sir.
Torpedo missed, sir. Tube 2 ready, sir.
That battleship is right on top of me, but they don't have depth charges. Only the destroyers have those.
Yes, sir. New course 302.
Okay, tubes 1 and tube 2. Let's get those guys ready to go. At 34 feet of depth. Where's the depth charges coming from? Must be a DD out here. Oh yeah, there we go. Akizuki. That's Akizuki. Very characteristic gun mounts. They're pinging. I'm below the thermocline.
Tube 3 ready, sir.
He's making good revolutions. That's Yamato right there.
Yes, sir. No course. 308.
Yes, sir.
He's speeding up and slowing down.
Yes, sir. New course. 329.
Yes, sir.
Periscope depth.
I'm gonna try to come up. How far away is she?
Torpedo miss, sir.
1,000 yards.
Torpedo miss, sir. Yes, sir. Rudder. Torpedo miss, sir.
Yes, sir.
She's starting to get away. Can't let her escape. I'm gonna turn to the left a little bit. What is that, about 315 maybe?
Yes, sir. New course. 306.
Past 200 feet. We're coming up on 150 feet. I'm gonna have to surface and make a pop shot at it. So let's get this set up. I'll be shooting up the kilt shot. Let me get this periscope pointed at 0. She's going to be 1,000 meters out, but that's immaterial. I'm going to point right at it with a 0 gyro angle and just let these torpedoes fly. And we're passing the thermal layer, so let's double check torpedo settings. That's 34 feet, 34 feet, and 34 feet. I'm going to try to hit her from astern, because if I can do that, I can disable her. You know, take out her propellers, her steering gear. All that damage is modeled in this game. There she is with her bow burning. That's a merchant ahead to the left.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Go 5 degrees right rudder. Actually, let's go midships.
Yes, sir.
We're at periscope depth here, so let's take a look and see if we can get this shot out. Oh yeah. Let's go left rudder a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Won't let me lock the target. That really sucks. Let's open these torpedo tubes.
Target 2-3. Torpedo in the water. Contact. Warship. Moving away. Bearing. 149. Medium range. Fire in tube 2. Yes, sir. Torpedo in the water.
Yes, sir.
Rudder. 2-1. Fire in tube 1. Yes, sir. Torpedo in the water. Dive set for normal dive.
Yes, sir.
Rig for
I
sun.
think I see one of my trops. Oh, it's so hard to see, but it's there. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There it is. Let's get rid of this thing. It's bright. In this darkness, even that thing on my screen.
Current depth 80.
Am I going to hit the Yamato? I just took a guess how far I should lead this ship.
Current depth 100.
Where did it go? Where did that torpedo go? It's easier to see underwater.
Current depth 120.
This is going to miss astern, I think. But the other two I aimed further out in front, so I might be able to sneak a shot or two in. I don't know, I'm just doing what I can with the weather and the time that I have. That's going to miss astern. Unfortunate.
Current depth 160.
Part of my fear is that she'd get back on her right rudder. That's a miss astern. There's another torpedo back here. I can find it.
80.
Freaking A.
Current depth 200.
I'm to tell this thing how far to go.
Yes, sir. New depth 255.
Yes, sir.
Just have stern torpedoes.
Current depth 220. Contact. Warship. Moving away. Bearing 310. Short range.
The trouble is, if I come back tomorrow and reload, it probably won't work. They probably won't be there. So let me do a load game. We'll reload this attack and see if we can start over and get the Yamato. That was exciting, man. We tried everything. Slowed it down momentarily, her screws had stopped. She made repairs and got back underway. And the second attempt at it, she was going from my right to my left, but it wouldn't let me lock the target to range it, and it wouldn't let me target. So I kind of had to guess manually how far out to lead it, but I didn't lead it near enough. And at what point of the game are we here? Oh yeah, this one. Oh, but you know what? Look, it's not raining anymore. Is this the same shit? We'll see what happens. That's a bug I could get into. Reload the game, no more storm. Let's try this again, man. I'll take a mulligan. That's what's fun about single-player games. You can just kind of enjoy it. That's her right there. But let's do time compression. And before, I had moved forward and ended up in a situation where I had to fire my stern guns at her. So, not guns, but torpedoes. Alright, right about here. Let's ring the bells of St. Mary's. Get the crew back to action stations. It hasn't started to storm yet. Different weather every time. This game is so weird. Like when I first started the stream today, I had a save game from last night where I was hunting down the Shokaku. Completely absent. The whole entire convoy. Task force was gone. No task force. Gone. And today I save and reload and I get better weather. I'm going to have to keep that in mind. Look at this attack. She's right there. You big fat girl, you. And then look at that's, I'm guessing Fuso. It could be, God, it almost looks like from World of Warships, like Nagato. But, what ship has a little flight deck on the back? I could look it up. What is that? Kind of looks like Myoko. Let's get ready for business, man. Issei, maybe? Oh, that's what it is. Issei Late War. See this flight deck? Yamato. Well, let's get all these torpedoes set up. That's a mistake I'm not going to make twice. The magnetic influence just isn't working, so you kind of want to hit at or below keel level with American torpedoes. The German torpedoes, you can hit 6 feet, 2, 3 meters, almost 9 feet below the target, and the magnetic influence torpedoes, or the pistol, is going to detonate the torpedo for you underneath the keel of the ship like they're intended. And it might be that American torpedoes had never accomplished that throughout the whole entire war, which is entirely possible. These torpedoes were terrible. The United States, we're lucky we did what we did because we did not have good torpedoes. Japanese had extraordinary torpedoes. The Germans, probably not quite as good as the Japanese, but better in some ways. They perfected some other technologies that the Japanese really couldn't touch, but the Japanese torpedoes were certainly bigger, and they exploded bigger. Japanese torpedoes were far more destructive. Okay, all the way around my boat. This might be much more enjoyable. We're going to be able to see the damn target. My God, look at the size of that thing. Come on, man, give me my measuring tool. Nine. We're gonna put you at about 70 degrees off your port bow. What speed does this have me calculated at? Not enough information. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Right about there. I'm going to plug in, just as a default, 8 knots. $10 knots.
Firing tube 1. Firing tube 2. Firing tube 3.
Oh my God, I didn't have the torpedo data computer
Torpedo in the water.
set up to track the target.
Firing tube 4. Firing tube 5. Torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water. Firing tube 6.
There's a ship right there, but my torpedoes are running too deep to hit it, which is good. Look at these torpedoes out there. The first 3 are gonna hit for sure. Come on, slam that big bad girl.
Torpedo in.
Screws are stopped. That's a good sign. There's a next volley of 3. Should be... Oh, there they go. That's 6 torpedo hits. She's still afloat. She's got a couple of her engines going again. Enemy unit destroyed, hell yeah! Oh, baby, there goes Yamato.
Medium range.
We'll watch her sink and explode.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Ahead full.
Yes, sir.
There she goes. Yamato, 6 torpedo hits. Oh, that's a smackdown. That's a good way to end the night, isn't it? Into the Mert. Let's follow her as far down as it'll go until I lose sight of her. It's clumsy what you gotta do with the keys to keep spectating the ship. She's turning bow down.
Tube 2 ready, sir.
Ah, she just despawned. So, I'm hard to port. Probably go hard
Yes, sir.
to starboard now.
Hard to starboard.
That right there is Furutaka, I think. Because it's a 4-stacker. What is that? I don't think Furutaka has that catapult plane on the back like that. I could be wrong. I'd have to go look at the recognition manual and know for sure. Just in case, let's go down to 100 feet.
Yes, sir. New depth. 103.
Sweet. Is this thing gonna depth charge me, do you think? I can't be heard by that destroyer. Because the screw noises from this cruiser would cover up my screw noises.
Ready, sir.
Directly below that cruiser, check it out. This is so much fun. World of Warships ain't got nothing coming when it comes to this.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Rudder.
That is so satisfying, you guys. I sank the Yamato.
100.
I'll tell you what. Let's rig for silent running.
Silent running.
Ahead 1/3.
We'll get out underneath of all this.
No.
There's destroyers coming and stuff. I'll revisit the issue, though. I mean, I've got some torpedoes left.
Current depth. 120.
There's a destroyer out coming out from ahead of me. How far is he?
Passing thermal layer.
Current depth. 140.
He's well over 4,000 yards out, so I'm not worried about that one. The one from my right is closer.
Current depth. 160.
They know I'm here, that's why I don't care. How close is that one?
Current depth. 180.
He's 1,000 yards to the right.
Current depth. 200.
That one's loud, but it's not close. I'm pinging him with active sonar. That one's closer. He's getting closer every minute. He can't figure out where I'm at, though. I'm below the thermal line. They got their searchlights on. Nor near the surface, though, but that's, you know, why not? Get out there and see if you can see a periscope. They don't know I'm sneaking away down here in the murk. It's pretty sweet. What destroyer do we got here?
Current depth 240.
Not really sure which one that is. Let's find out. That is amazing. What does that say? Naka light cruiser? I think that's what was passing over the top of me with that interesting looking catapult system. That's a fast cruiser. Speed's 35 knots. I think that's what's up there right now. That's a Sashio. Almost for sure. It could be Fubuki. I'll go up and take another look. I'll be able to tell. Sashio's got dual tripods, whereas the Fubuki doesn't quite have a tripod on the rear, but the guns look very similar, and they're both two stackers. What's this big bad boy?
Current depth 2.
That's that battleship. That right there, that's the whatever. Look at all these warships. It's so cool. Yeah, that's Fubuki. If it were a Sashio, that rear mast would be, you know, a tripod. Uh-oh, they're dropping depth charges. Better not be on me. That's where I used to be. That's kind of where I was when I was doing all the pinging. They probably triangulated that location, and now they're going to depth charge it to hell. With everybody going slow, picking up survivors, I might be able to resurface on the far side and get those stern tubes going. Right now I got to run deep and I got to run silent. It's really kind of funny because I'm only 300 feet. I'm 100 meters underwater. The Germans would go 200-300 meters down. I mean, the German submarines were so much better. Let's use time compression for a moment. Actually turn a little bit towards the northwest.
Shock range. Yes, sir.
Close am I to everybody? It's kind of slipped away from them to some extent. Right now, those 3 destroyers are doing what destroyers do. In World War II, the submarines were, as you can see, really quite slow and when submerged. So the destroyers, their job was to keep them pinned down. And the Japanese, when they figured out that the Americans had a submarine in an area, they would just carpet the area as best they could. You know, as long as they could before we had air superiority everywhere. Once we had air superiority everywhere, these things didn't dare. I mean, they would just get killed anywhere they went. But this is what they do, man. They'd cover an area, keep you pinned down while the main fleet kind of escapes. So what I'm going to do, let me see how much power I have. Plenty of that. I'll secure from silent running. They can't hear me from here, and I'll speed up a little bit. And at this point, they're still right on the original course plot. And I just basically need to get, at nighttime, you know, more than 3 or 4 nautical miles away from them, then I can surface and I won't be seen on the surface. They'll know where I'm at if I pop that radar, though, I'll tell you that. These guys were ready for me. And it's unfortunate that I escaped to the north instead of the south, because they I'm gonna have to go all the way out and around these islands. I can't go in those shallow waters. If they figure out that I'm there and they start to chase me, I can't dive. These waters are literally under 100 feet deep. I can't even go to periscope depth hardly, in all likelihood. And I haven't been there yet, but that's usually the case. For right now, I'm gonna grab that plot line. I'm gonna extend it all the way out here into the Celeb Sea. The Celebes. I'm going to do a save. I'm going to overwrite exfil. Because right now I just kind of want to... Let me take inventory. I'm fully loaded with what torpedoes I have left. The stern tubes are the most promising. I have 4 left versus 3 left, and I got some reloads back there, so... Let's see how tired my guys are. Not bad. I'm at a lower skill level. If I was at a higher skill, these guys would just be exhausted, and I'd have to go sail away and let them rest, or maybe even go back to port. They do things like that to, you know, make it more difficult. So I'll keep sneaking away. It's daylight hours out. And after losing the Yamato, you'd think that they would have... You would think that they'd have aircraft here lurking, so let's go find out if they have aircraft lurking around. I'll speed up to full speed. I'll blow ballast and pop up from 300 feet depth while I log this absolutely incredible kill. I sunk Yamato. I'm telling you, man, back in the day when I used to play this, in 2017, 17 years ago, I never encountered and sunk a carrier, or especially Yamato, in, you know, random play like this. I mean, there's missions that you can do, you know, just little set pieces where you can go sink Yamato or whatever, no big deal. But to find him out here on patrol, that's extraordinary. And I don't know if they changed how this works or not, but... That is a big piece of equipment killed at 63,200 tons, man. Amazing. There's my ship popping up. Let's get some fresh air, put a fresh charge on these batteries. There's my bedtime reminder. My Apple Watch is on my ass all the time, telling me to go to bed. Unbelievable. I go from 10 to 11 ships and pick up 63,000 tons of victory here. We're up to 87,819 tons on my 12th war patrol. That's incredible, you guys. I'm super stoked. That was fun. That was seriously fun. Okay, so what's next? Suppose I'll throw another save game here. This time we'll overwrite patrol. Let's pull up the radio. Patrol east of Celebes and engage enemy shipping. I have a new mission profile. You mean they're not... I mean, you'd think they'd want me to come home to marching bands after sinking Yamato. I'm going to go patrol east of Celebes. The Celebes. Okay, let's do this. Wants me to go back here. Meanwhile, I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'll end up going over there eventually, but I'm not letting this convoy off the hook. This task force is going to have gonna get another visit. Let's see if that works. Keep that radar turned off. We already know that's going to be a problem. We'll maintain full speed. We're zooming around like crazy. Yeah, at full speed, I'm not putting much of a charge on here, but I'm not going to need one, fortunately. So, probably, you know, on these ships, they have your main engines, but they also had auxiliary engines. And they would, when they're out there running full speed, flank speed, and all that engine power is going straight to the screws, they would sometimes put a little bit of a charge on the batteries using the auxiliaries.
Contact. Warship. Constant distance. Bearing. 344. Long
344. Let's see what that sounds like. Is that my party? Yes, it is. They made... Okay, so they're probably in this area here. Let's plot a course further west. This is... I gotta do something here a minute. Let's expand this out to maybe 8 nautical miles. Let's bring it over here. This gives me a general idea how far away I have to stay from their projected plot line so that I don't get spotted. I need to stay about 8 miles away, in other words. Or I risk being, you know, discovered as I make this daytime end around. Right now, it looks like a course about like this. But maybe not. Let's... What time is it anyways? Oh, 7:48 hours, okay. Even at 19 knots, I'm not getting out in front of them very well here. Now I am suddenly. So I kind of got out of their range. They don't seem to have changed course. They're probably on their way to a southerly entrance into the Sulu Sea. Now that I'm that far ahead, I'll slow down to standard. That'll allow a little bit of main engine power to go towards a recharge. Yeah, there they are. At least one of them. Let's get closer to the plot line, and then we'll submerge and get ready for another attack. Oh, look at that.
Yes, sir.
There they are. They are a little bit further south now, so I'm not sure if they're on the same plot or not, but in case they are, I'm just going to drop that plot line down a little bit. And then I'm going to speed back up to full speed. Oh yeah, that's them, that's them. And I actually, because I want to use my stern tubes, I'm going to cut across. Probably about like this. I think I need to go a little further out to have time to do it. I want to use those stern torpedo tubes. Oh, crap! Crash dive!
Crash dive. Bearing 233, long range. Yes, sir.
Silent running.
Silent running.
Go down to 300. They spotted me.
5. Yes, sir. Rudder.
Left a little bit.
New course. What?
They lost me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. New course. 2, 6, 7.
Kind of circling around the area. They're not too far off. I wonder if they have radar. I wonder if that's how they detected me. Anyways, I want to head a little bit north of west. Maybe a little more towards west. There was somebody behind me. 2 ships. Extras. They got a lot of destroyers here. And, you know, that makes sense. They'll send ships in there to reinforce. This is just a normal patrol. They usually have a little, you know, gunboat and a destroyer. That's a Sashio. You can tell by the dual tripod masts. So they kind of came to take over. Doggone it. So they forced me deep. Deep and slow. Despite maintaining... I wonder if they have radar, man. How did they figure me out? I gotta go northwest. I don't have any choice. Gotta go northwest, and then I can resurface and... try to get out in front of them again. I'm really working hard to stalk these guys, man. Frick, look at this, man. 1:32 in the morning. It'll be 6 in the morning before I'm done, just like Call of Duty, and you're having fun. Alright, let's plot. Wish there were hotkeys you could use for this. Looking at the sound plot, they're still on that plot line. This is going to be a protracted little pursuit. I'm telling you what I'm going to do here, though. I'm starting to not know what to click to do what I know I need to do, and it's just tired. It's been 4 hours. It's time for me to wrap it up. Throw a big 400-mile plot out there. Let me get further away. Go maybe 10 miles off the plot line. So I have a nice long end-around pursuit ready to go. It's 1325 hours. I'm at 300 feet of depth, so I'm safe here. Let's look at the situation, though. How much fuel do I have? Oh, plenty. Plenty, plenty, plenty.
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
We'll go ahead slow. We'll secure from silent running.
Yes, sir.
The crew is not at battle stations. Low ballast.
Yes, sir. Ahead full.
Yes, sir.
They're probably way up here by now. I'm just gonna move this. Dang it all, I hate that fucking tool. It's just so easy to misclick and you never need it. There's never any reason to use it at all. That magnifying glass, you just use your mouse to scroll in and out. It's so stupid. Nice glassy sea. I'm afraid if I save and come back tomorrow, they'll vanish, like last night's task force did. So I'm going to pursue them a little while longer here. Pat news received. What have you got to tell me? The U.S. Marines have successfully landed on Tarawa and Makin atolls. Heavy casualties reported on both sides. I mean, this was a brutal war, man. God, what a brutal-ass war. It's so hard to believe, man. It was so long ago. 80 years. I mean, It's getting to be like World War One, you know, 100 years ago. It's just so weird. I'm gonna fire up the radar. Yes, I know, it's risky. Just to see if I can figure out where they're at. I'm getting nothing on radar. There's one little lonely blip out there. There's probably two ships if I zoom in. No, it's just some dumb little boat. But I'm gonna cruise through here. Here. And if I get this far into the Celebes, I'm turning around and going back. I'll go refit, rearm at Mios Moendi. Yeah, we lost them. They've disappeared.
Single contact. Bearing 4, long range.
Yeah, there's no signals out there. What a night it has been, guys. What a night it has been. It took 2 tries to get the Yamato, though. I'll follow this coast. See if I can find some, you know, coastal shipping. You know, little fishing boats, sampans. Just terrorize the local fishing population. I got my course plotted. We're going to slow it down to 2/3 speed.
Head slow.
Got plenty of fuel. I don't need to conserve it. But nonetheless, that's what we're going to do. Save and overwrite patrol. So much fun, man. Sinking Yamato. I'm going to go through and make a clip of that. That's just... Uh-oh, is that plane going to spot me? No, good.
Single contact. Bearing 229. Long range.
He knows there's something going on out here, though. He's going to come back on a better search pattern and bust me, watch. What's this? That's a slow convoy. Not worth going after when you're sitting here floating around on next to nothing for torpedoes. So, yeah, good run, man. It's been a good night. It's time to get some sleep. It's way past that, actually. Gosh, I can't believe it. Diesels.
Bearing 300.
What do we got out there on this stormy night? That's not a stormy night. It's 0749. It's morning. It's one of those little fellas. Let's go get him.
Yes, sir. New course. 3, 2. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Get up there close.
Yes, sir. Hard to
Yes,
port.
sir.
I'm gonna ram him.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Rudder.
They're kind of hard to ram, man. They try to evade.
Yes, sir. Hard to
Yes,
port.
sir.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder. Yes, sir. Hard to
Yes,
port.
sir.
Rudder. 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 Yes, sir. Hard to
Yes,
port.
sir.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Hard to starboard. Hard to starboard. Yes, sir. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Rudder.
Hard to port. Hard to port.
Relieve the launch.
Yes, sir. Rudder.
He's underwater. Where's my kill message? I mean,
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
Yes, sir.
did I get a kill message on that? No? I rammed it. It didn't even give me credit. You gotta be kidding me. Don't I get a kill for that? I mean, the ship is destroyed. I rammed it. There's even a little kill icon here. What is going on? Oh, there it goes. No? Whatevs. I know in my heart I got him. It's a thought that counts. New message. Fox radio traffic received. Be advised, U.S. Task Force headed towards Gilbert's Islands. All nearby patrols requested to assist. I wish I was in the area. One of these days I'm going to go to the area where that stuff is happening. Okay, guys. Radar contact. What am I seeing? A little ship. Should I pursue him? I guess I got torpedoes and fuel. Why not? Let's go see what it is.
Single contact. Bearing 3,
Yes,
3,
sir.
8.
Log new course. 2, 6,
Yes, sir.
7.
He doesn't know about me yet. I'm tracking him on radar. He's kind of fast. I wonder if it's a nice big juicy tanker I can go kill.
Yes, sir.
He's on a course about like that. Let's go get him. What's the weather like? Oh, son of a gun, man. It got rough. Well,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
let's see what we got. He doesn't know I'm here. I'm stopped, so he doesn't see a bow wake. We'll hit the recognition manual and see if we can figure out what that is. We got a 2-master. Maybe? Let's go look at it up close using the cheat view. This will be a night surface attack. Got small arms up front, nothing big. So, V-shaped up front, flat in the back. That's not that ship. That's it. Medium modern composite freighter? Oh, hell yeah. We'll shoot at him. What's his running depth? 21. We'll go 20 feet. Man, these seas are rough. Yeah, he's coming at me from, we're going to say 60 degrees off his port bow. I think that's about right. Yeah, it's about right. Maybe 40, but that's close enough. And he's kind of got some speed. A lot of times a lone tanker, they throttle up and get it moving. Just because they know they're a prime target. I don't think they're doing 16 knots out there, though. Maybe 11. In any case, we'll watch him for a little while. Is he really... Let me see. 030.
Ship spotted.
He's 3,500 yards out. That's going to be a longer range shot. That's what surface attacks are like. Man, I'm not even moving, and look how rough the seas are on my boat. That's the correct range. .25 knots. Yeah, right. I'll plug in 10. Take another reading. 32 becomes 33, so that is probably pretty accurate, that part of it. That says 7 knots, but I know he's faster than that. I'll plug 9 in. That says 6 knots, but I know that that can't be right. One thing that I do want to find out, let me, there's a tool here that you can measure the angle. That's 37 degrees. Okay, so that's helpful. I haven't done that really yet, but... So that's important to get this right. Nine knots is too fast. 13 certainly is. Let me back him up to 7. I think I got him. Seven knots. I've definitely got him. We'll go back to the plot. Now he's at 42 degrees. $2,800. That's 2,700, so that's pretty accurate. I'm gonna plug in a little over 8.
Fire into 1. Torpedo in the water.
We'll go a little over 7 knots. on this torpedo.
Torpedo in the water.
You can hear the whoosh, because the torpedo tubes are above the water level, and the torpedoes fire out of the tube and land in the water out in front of you. It's pretty cool. Still hasn't seen me. Let's do time compression. He's like, ruh-roh, Raggy. The other one I meant for a faster speed, I think. Killed a bunch of guys off the stern of that thing. I saw bodies flying. Oh, that's brutal. And I went for a slower speed yet on the second one, so... Unit destroyed. It's going down by the stern. Cast the lifeboats. Let's log it in. I'm actually to the point where I'm hungry again. If you guys saw the meal I ate tonight, you'd wonder how in the hell could I possibly be hungry? But I am. Let's add 4,483 tons for the day and one more ship. But you know what? I'm actually going to take credit for 2 more ships. Because I killed that fishing boat and it didn't give me credit for it, which is bogus. 93,000 tons. 93,302 tons, actually. It's happening, man. We're making it happen. Alright, you guys. 2/3 speed, return to course.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, I'm out of torpedoes. No, I do have one left in front. I got the rear torpedo tubes, too. Let's erase these doodles. They're utterly worthless now. It's 1924 hours. We got a nice little night patrol going. We got the radar going, and that's fine, because there's no warships near here that I know of. I'm in deep water in case one shows up. Get the hell out of here. So we're on our way back to Miosuwendi. We can go refit and reload all of these missing torpedoes. It has been an amazing night, man. Almost 4.5 hours. I really meant to stream for 2 hours. What's that? That's a warship. I'm not going to mess with him. Radar contact. Probably friendly, I would have to imagine. Refit. Refit complete. Let's command a reload. And then you order another refit. And it replenishes your reload supply. We'll turn off the radar for the time being. That'll just make it easier to zoom through here. Friendly ships. What's the depth below keel? 241 feet here. Alright. All I can say is, what a night. That was so much fun. Let's do a save. So after last night's excursion and the inability to find that Shokaku, mysteriously that task force just vanished when I reloaded the game today, but it is what it is. Sank a couple freighters, had some target practice on their lifeboats. Nailed a couple more large freighters. And then the granddaddy. The biggest ship of World War II, and therefore the biggest ship in this game. The only thing bigger than Yamato is the planet. And I bagged 63,200 tons worth of sunken ship with that. Took 6 torpedoes, all 6 hit. That was an amazing moment. It's November 23rd, 1943 in the captain's log. The game is saved. And I'm going to wish you all a good night. I'm going to go get some rest. 2 in the morning, this is my old stream schedule. I used to always start at 10 and finish at 2 unless I decided to go later. And I may go back on that schedule at some point because honestly I do kind of like it. We'll just have to give that some thought. All I can say is tonight, the old stream schedule, same game I've been playing for a couple weeks, and it's just, I gotta tell you, this is one of my favorite games of all time. I wish they'd make a modernized version of it, you know, a 4K version of it, with, you know, better AI, maybe some additional ships, or maybe some better ship modeling. It's really interesting when you contemplate the state of gaming right now, and you look at games like World of Warships that have such incredible artistic assets. And yet they don't take that and you know, kind of break away from the World of Warships theme with its weird spotting mechanic and its stupid combat engine. Just make a game like this with the technology and the intellectual property that they have at their disposal. They could knock the game-making world dead. But they don't. In fact, the game that they do have every opportunity to have, they sabotage it. But that's just what the game makers are doing these days. My God. So, the future is going to be, we'll finish out the war. It's late November now in 1943. There's one more complete year to get through here, and then I figure about another week of this game, and then I'm going to move on to gonna go back into the world of shooters a little bit. I want to play on stream because you guys will get a laugh out of it. It's absolutely hilarious, the single player campaign for Bad Company 2. After that, we're gonna do Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare 2 from 2007 and 2009, not this recent garbage. Call of Duty hasn't been a decent game. I mean, it sucks. But those single-player campaigns are awesome. They're very, very well done. You got to remember, when you talk about single-player games in this era, 2007, 2009, not everybody had the internet, so there was an expectation that the game maker produce a viable single-player campaign, because a lot of your customers, that's all they can do. They can't even go online and play against each other. But Divra, if Bad Company 2, I've already checked it out. Bad Company 2's got like 20 people. I'm not lying. Like 20 people playing multiplayer. There's nobody there. But I want to play the campaign because it's hilarious. That's next. And that'll probably be a week and a half. I think it's going to take me a week and a half, 2 weeks to finish the war and complete my campaign here. And then we're going to continue what I'm doing with, you know, Silent Hunter, and play games from a bygone era when games were decent games. They weren't... What's that fancy terminology they use for it now? Something to do with services. Live services, isn't that what they call it? Where it's, you know, buy this bundle, get this skin, and it's just constantly just nickel and diming you. They don't even make a decent game, and yet they're nickel and diming you for all these little extras for a game that sucks ass. So, yeah, games as a service. Yeah, it's a kind of a good way to look at it. They just, with the seasons and the expansion, not the expansion packs, that's the old terminology for it. It's disgusting what the game makers are doing these days. It's just, they're only out to make money. They're not out to let these studios exercise their creative capabilities and do what they used to do back then. This is Silent Hunter 4. It's the 4th iteration of a submarine simulation, and people still bought it. Every time you made a new one, they'd go and they'd buy it. And the single player was fantastic. You had to back then. Nowadays, you don't have to do that. And people still just unload their money left and right. They're just like, just ship it, they'll pay. You know, we'll get their money. It doesn't have to be complete. Just ship it. Just go ahead and authorize a download. Update. Steam is updating your application. You go in there and it still sucks ass. They added a bunch of shit you have to pay for and broke a bunch of shit that used to work. It sucks, man. Gaming in the modern era sucks. And part of the reason why it's so profitable is because gamers like me, you know, the old generation, and gotta admit, guys my age have mostly quit gaming because of their age, and they got kids, and now they got grandkids, and it's just, life changed for people who grew up in that era, and they don't game anymore. You got a bunch of, you know, these brainwashed middle schoolers, high schoolers, grade schoolers, college-age kids. They have no context. They don't know what a good game is. They think any game that they do have is a good game. They sit there and pour money into it. It's disgusting. And I've never played Baldur's Gate 3. There's a lot of games out there that a lot of people are still mad about. Dota 2, I got some friends that play Dota 2. And they'll sit there and they'll play 4, 6, 8, 10 hours a night. I mean, they just love it. It's super repetitive. I don't know. I played it a little bit. I kind of liked it, but kind of didn't. It just got too repetitive for me in a way that, well, you know, like War Thunder is super repetitive. Last night and tonight, some very unique things happened while I was out here on the high seas. So, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you. You go have a great day at work. Be safe. Get paid. And I'm going to start getting ready for bed. I have a few odd dishes to do from dinner earlier, and honestly, I'm hungry again. I mean, wouldn't you be? It's 4.5 hours. Who can eat and then not be hungry for at least a snack after 4.5 hours? I loved it. Tonight was great. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. The chat's been kind of busy tonight, so it's nice to see you guys and visit with you. So I'll be back tomorrow night. Wait a minute. Tomorrow's Wednesday already? What the hell? Let me see something here. I gotta work. It's after midnight, so I gotta work Wednesday night. I'm gonna come stream after that, man. I'll be back. But tomorrow night, instead of starting at 8 o'clock, and I'll put it on my schedule so you guys will see the notice on Twitch, but I gotta work from probably 9 to maybe 10:30. I'll need to eat. I'm gonna stream from 11 to 1. I'm gonna come put a couple hours in. Maybe 11 to 2. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stream 11 to 2 after I do race control for the Porsche Club of America. I work for them every week, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and I've been not streaming those nights. But I am going to stream tomorrow night. This is just too much fun. I'm getting back into my little rhythm, you know, of gaming at night, now that I'm finding stuff to play that I enjoy. So, I'm in the Eastern time zone of the United States, just like Detroit or Washington, D.C., so right now it is in fact 2:09 a.m. 2:09 in the morning here. So yeah, I might come out of the daytime tomorrow, man. I might work on a setup if I feel the energy to do it. I'll go take a look at my Richmond setup and see if it's still any good. And so I might do some driving tomorrow on iRacing. You guys have a great night. Thank you all for coming to hang out, man. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time watching. How you doing, Cameron? I'll be back tomorrow night at 11 o'clock Eastern. And we'll do it again. We'll go sink some more ships. Cameron, you should go watch the VOD. About halfway through, just hunt around. You'll find me. I sank Yamato, the biggest ship ever built by mankind. So anyway, I gotta go. It's super late. 2:10 in the morning. You guys have a good night, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out.